Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Bed to the Wicked Baron by Ava MacAdams. Chapter 1. A slow breeze drifted past her shoulders, bringing a chill to the surface of her skin. As the overhead sun bathed the land before her in its golden light, Helena was brought back to those times in the countryside. Sitting here on the porch of her London manor made her feel closer to the home she loved. Lately, she let her memories often wander back to when she was just a young girl, frolicking in the vast fields surrounding her rural countryside estate. Helena missed the impromptu horse rides, strolling peacefully through the woods near her rural estate. The simplicity she'd felt in those days could not be found here in Brimsey Manor. She let out another tired exhale. It had been a while since she'd moved to London, and yet she could not grow accustomed to the fast-paced atmosphere driven by the London ton. In fact, Helena preferred to stay far from it, grateful that her friend, Anna, was in London and could keep her company. Her thoughts were interrupted by the soft knock on the door nearby. Helena looked up to see the butler, Bernard, standing behind her. He bowed politely, his kind eyes alighting on her.
"Forgive the intrusion, my lady. Lord and Lady Brimsey have requested your presence in the drawing-room." "Oh, it is no intrusion at all,"
Helena said with a smile. As she rose, she put the long blanket she had draped across her legs to the side. Bernard smiled and stepped aside to allow her into the manor. She looked over her shoulder as he followed her inside.
"Has your family been well, Bernard?"
Helena asked amicably. Bernard nodded, his eyes lighting with pleasure.
"They have, my lady. We have no need to complain, at least."
"That is good to hear. I hope everything is well at home."
Bernard coughed. The sound made Helena smile.
"Yes, my lady,"
he answered, rather strongly.
"I am glad."
Their short conversation covered the distance to the drawing-room. Before she went inside, she glanced at Bernard's grey hair and wrinkled eyes. Bernard smiled and bowed deeply. His responses may be short and courteous, but there was no denying that he was as fond of her as were many of the servants who worked closely with her. Bernard stood by the door as she turned and entered the room. Matthew Avington, the Earl of Brimsey, was standing by the window to the far left of the room, his wife, Lady Helena Avington, standing by his side. Both their gazes went past the panes, and their voices were low, intense as they whispered to each other. Helena ventured further into the room, finding it odd that they would be so deep in conversation, unaware of the fact that she had entered.
"Father?"
Helena called. Lord Brimsey looked up at her voice, his brows shooting near to this low hairline. He was quite handsome, but as each day went by, Helena was growing more and more aware of his age. She shared many of her father's characteristics, namely his plump and rosy cheeks and his bright hazel eyes. Lady Brimsey, however, was a beauty that never failed to outshine whoever was in the room. Though she was nearing her 60th year, the lines in her face were minimal, merely rounding her lips and deepening when she smiled. She had lovely chestnut brown hair that Helena had adopted, but it fell in a riot of natural curls Helena could not hope to imitate.
"You're here."
The couple glanced at each other before Lord Brimsey continued.
"You should have a seat."
Helena instantly became guarded. She slowly made her way over to the dark purple armchair, sinking into the soft matching cushions behind her. She looked anxiously between her parents, watching how tense they were.
"Is something the matter?"
she asked finally.
"It seems as if you two have been conspiring about something, and you cannot decide whether or not to tell me."
"You are not entirely incorrect,"
said Lady Brimsey. Even though Helena had just been joking to lighten the mood, her defences now rose.
"In truth, Helena, we have come to a decision that I am not sure you will be fond of. But it is what we think is best."
Lord Brimsey cut in.
"I hope you can understand that, at least."
Helena blinked. The last time they'd spoken to her like this, it was to inform her of their decision to leave their estate in the countryside. It made her so tense that she began to clench her teeth, not stopping even when a nick began to form.
I only grow more nervous when you fail to tell me right away,
Helena said softly. Her heart pounded at what she might hear. Do they intend to tell me that we will be losing this land as well? Or that someone close to me has died? Helena did have a few friends she'd left behind when she moved here, and she was loath to find out that any may have passed away. Lady Brimsey spoke next. She'd always been the blunter of the two, whereas her husband preferred to speak in soft, roundabout terms. Perhaps to spare the feelings of whoever he was speaking with.
Your father and I have decided that it is best for you to attend this year's season.
Those were not the words I was expecting to hear. Helena's lips parted in surprise, incredulous.
The London season? We understand that you may not be overjoyed about this decision,
said Lord Brimsey.
But our family is experiencing terrible financial troubles. It has reached the point where we believe having you marry a wealthy man above your station is what is best for you. I understand your position, Father. I was always aware of the fact that the reason I could not attend the London season all these years was because we lacked the funds.
She frowned at him.
Which is why I cannot fathom why you wish for me to do so now. I am an old maid, Father. Do you truly believe I would be able to find a husband when I am 27 years old? We cannot simply sit back and allow you to live your life unmarried, Helena,
Lady Brimsey said.
You are still quite beautiful. I am certain you will find a wealthy match. But...
Helena grasped at something to say. She quickly blinked away the unbidden tears and tried to focus on more logical thoughts. Yet, how could she? In all her 27 years, Helena had always said one thing. That she wished to be married to the gentleman she fell in love with, not for convenience. Lord Brimsey's eyes softened at her lack of words, and he descended to her side.
Worry not, Helena. Your dowry may not be very sizable, but I am certain you will find someone suitable to sustain you for the rest of your life. And,
Lady Brimsey cut in,
though you may not fall for him instantly, perhaps you will grow to love your husband over time.
She was not as comforting as her husband was, but Helena always appreciated her effort. Right now, it was too difficult to focus on anything but the fact that she would be attending the London season. She knew very well that she was well past spinster age, and that made her even more tense. Not many gentlemen would even think to look her way, being as old as she was. But Helena never truly minded that. Fascinated with the thought of spending her married days with her love, she was crestfallen at the mere thought that she would attend the season to find a wealthy husband. Still, Helena found it hard to argue. Not when she knew the effort her parents must have put in to provide this opportunity for her. They had been on the verge of bankruptcy for years now, following a failed investment attempt Lord Brimsey had made into the colonies. They had lost their countryside estate, and they had never been able to provide the funds so that she may have a season when she was at a younger age. Now that she was much older, and they were much more desperate, Helena did not have a good feeling about this.
I do not need a wealthy husband, Father,
Helena said, her eyes pleading.
My only wish is to return to the countryside, to live out the rest of my days, wealthy or no. Helena, how could we allow such a thing?
Lady Brimsey gasped.
You are our daughter. We want you to be comfortable without having to worry about finances the way we have. Now, I know it might be difficult since your dowry is not large, but you are quite a beautiful lady. Eyes have always been drawn to you.
Helena couldn't help sighing. Usually, she shone under her mother's praise, but now it felt like a trap she could not escape. How can I turn down their offer when it is so clear that they have put such effort into it? She bit her lip, her eyes lowering.
"It will be difficult,"
she murmured, her final attempt.
"But we have the utmost faith,"
her father answered instantly.
"because we do not have many more options."
"Very well, then. If you wish for me to attend the season, then I will,"
Helena said. "Perhaps it will not be entirely terrible. Perhaps I will be looked on favorably from the heavens, presented with a gentleman I am drawn to, who also happen to be wealthy. That way, both my parents and I will be happy, and I may be able to continue my life in the countryside." Helena clung to that thought. Chapter 2.
"If you do not mind, I will take her breakfast to her."
The young maid, Bridget, jumped at the sound of Philip's voice, and she whirled to see him standing in the threshold that led to the kitchen of the small cottage. Philip couldn't help but smile at the fright in her eyes, one that dissolved to uncertainty as she backed away. Bridget had only been working at the cottage for a short while after her mother had grown too ill to continue, and she was not yet used to Philip's silent steps and his tendency to pretend there were no social barriers between them. He approached her, running his eyes over the breakfast Bridget had prepared for his mother. It was full of soft food, the only thing he trusted his mother to eat, and he'd already learned that Bridget's cooking was nearly identical to her mother's.
Are you certain, my lord?"
came Bridget's high-pitched voice.
"Quite certain,"
Philip said. He picked up the platter and looked at Bridget, who seemed at odds with what to do.
"I will be taking care of her breakfast from now on. You may make it, but I will bring it to her room."
"Oh!"
Then, suddenly, as if she remembered her manners, she curtsied quickly.
"Yes, my lord."
Considering the time she'd spent here so far, Philip hadn't gotten the chance to let her see that such useless frivolities were unnecessary. Since he was in a good mood, he decided to let it pass, nodding at her before turning to leave the kitchen. The cottage was quite sizable, though it was nothing compared to a lord's usual manor or townhouse. In truth, Philip did not have much funds to spare on a larger home, and over the years, he had grown quite accustomed to the intimate space that consisted only of his quarters, his mother's, and the servants' quarters where Bridget resided. There was a spring in his step as he made his way to this mother's room, knocking softly before entering. Unsurprisingly, she was already awake, standing by the window. Johanna Andrews, the Dowager Baroness of Havordshire, had her blonde hair flowing freely behind her, her large nightdress billowing in the wind. Had Bridget been the one to bring her food, she would have gone straight into drawing her bath and having her prepared for the day. But Philip could not subject Bridget to what was to come.
"Mother?"
Philip called, resting the platter. She did not turn. He approached her slowly from behind and put a hand on her shoulder. When she turned to look at him, her brows furrowed in confusion, and her eyes clouded.
"Come and sit,"
he urged.
"It is time to eat."
"Eat?"
Despite her confused question, Lady Havordshire allowed him to steer her towards the small table by the window. Philip had learned that his mother was at her calmest when she was comforted by the wind.
"Yes, eat,"
Philip said cordially, settling her down. It paid to be level-headed when speaking to her, which didn't take much effort on his part.
"You have to make sure to eat regular healthy meals, or else you won't be big and strong."
Despite his insistence on speaking to her like a child, she shied away from him.
Who are you?"
she asked, sounding a bit scared.
"There is no need to worry,"
Philip said in the calmest and most natural voice he could summon.
"I am your son, Philip."
He'd also learned that speaking to his mother as if nothing were amiss would help calm her down much faster. Her greyish-blue eyes darted down to his hand as he began to spoon the porridge.
"Don't have a son named Philip."
"You don't? Then why am I here?"
He tried to joke.
"Do you not think I look like you?"
That only made Lady Havordshire more agitated. She lifted her hands to her cheeks.
"How do I look?"
"Beautiful."
He held up a spoon to her. In her slightly dazed confusion, she opened her mouth willingly to accept the spoonful.
Then where is my husband?
She asked.
If I am so beautiful, then I must be married, aren't I?
Even though she did not remember who she was, Philip was at least happy she was making coherent sentences. The past few days have been a constant uphill battle trying to calm down her erratic behavior and understand her broken speeches.
Your husband has gone somewhere far away,
Philip said slowly, choosing his words carefully. Lady Havordshire waited until she swallowed her porridge to ask,
Will he come back for me?
He hesitated.
You will see him again, mother,
He assured her.
You need not worry.
Lady Havordshire gave him a childish smile that warmed his heart, despite everything.
I can't wait until we meet again. I bet he is as handsome as you are. He is, isn't he?
Philip chuckled.
He is quite handsome, yes, but I can only credit my good looks to you.
Lady Havordshire beamed. She accepted another spoonful eagerly. Now that her wariness had disappeared, she chatted away, asking questions about a whole host of things she should already know at her age. Philip answered them all patiently, ignoring the nagging thought in the back of his head that told him that his mother was growing worse. She was remembering far less and acted like a child half of the time. It broke his heart to see, but he held in his emotions, not wanting her to pick up on it and question him about that as well. With his mother's growing illness, he did not feel comfortable leaving her in Bridget's hands. But once she was done eating, he helped her over to the bed and asked her to stay put so that he could have Bridget draw her bath. It made him nervous, leaving her alone, but Philip also breathed a sigh of relief. Handling his mother in this state was fast growing exhausting. He found Bridget in the kitchen again, washing up, and she instantly stopped what she was doing and stood at attention. Philip didn't bother to tell her to relax. It was still early morning, and he wanted to relax.
Please prepare my mother for the day,
he told her. Bridget nodded.
Yes, my lord.
Philip mustered up a smile in response before leaving the kitchen, trying to keep his steps unhurried. Wanting to escape for a breath of fresh air, Philip left the cottage, walking along the pathway that led up to it. His heart felt burdened by his time with his mother, saddened at the fact that the lady he remembered to be so spirited and full of life, now looked at everything with a shadow of uncertainty as her memories slipped by the day. She truly was beautiful, but she became like a child in an environment she did not recognize. At first, she would be fine for a few days before she would forget everything once more. But it was happening more frequently now, so much so that Philip felt more inclined to take a more personal hand in her care. He breathed the fresh air of the morning and instantly spotted two familiar figures coming down the beaten path leading towards Havordshire Cottage. Philip didn't smile until his two friends were standing before him. A bit of the burden lifted from his chest. For someone who didn't like to rely on others, he was very eager to take comfort in his friend's presence.
You look ill, my friend,
greeted Lord John Marlowe, the Baron of Havordshire, as he clapped Philip on the back.
Are you not happy to see us?
And to think we decided to come see you so early in the morning.
Lord Edwin Stilton, the Viscount of Susthorpe and heir to the Earldom of Thistleton, muttered.
You do not look pleased at all.
Forgive me,
Philip said wearily.
Helping mother with her breakfast has been quite trying.
John's eyes softened.
How has she been? Getting worse as the days go on.
Philip stated.
It breaks my heart to see it, but I do not know what I can do.
Ah, I can see that you are stressed, my friend.
John slung his arm around Philip's shoulders. He had a rather broad smile, his brown eyes nearly disappearing in the process.
Let us go hunting, shall we?
Is hunting your response to every situation?
Philip drawled.
You cannot deny that you enjoy it nearly as much as I do, and Edwin here has been in quite a mood since the morning.
Edwin's response to that was simply to slap his hand on John's shoulder and squeeze.
I am certainly in the mood to hunt game, so take that how you wish.
John and Philip chuckled. They headed back inside the cottage, to Philip's small office where he kept his shotguns. Once they were ready, they headed out on horseback into the dense woods nearby.
"Forgive me my rudeness,"
Philip said once they were in the thick of the woods.
"I forgot to ask you two how you fared."
"As well as I have ever fared,"
Edwin responded instantly.
"which I am sure you understand is not a good thing. I am afraid my father is urging me to be married."
"He wishes for you to attend the London season, then?"
Philip asked.
"Or does he have a lady in mind?"
"Both, I'm afraid. Not only has he betrothed me to a lady I do not know, but he wants me to court her as well, to take her to the season's events, which I loathe to do."
Despite his friend's weary tone, Philip chuckled. He understood that most of Edwin's issue lay in the fact that he had been pursuing a relationship with a maid in his manner, one in which he knew his father would never approve of. Not many ladies of the ton would, unfortunately. Luckily, Philip didn't think Edwin was very attached to that maid.
"I understand your station, my friend,"
John interjected in a sarcastic tone.
"It is not easy giving up the comfortable life with a servant who is willing to do anything for you, for a lady who will hate you right after she has borne your child."
Edwin whistled lowly, shaking his head.
"You are certainly right about that."
The clipping of the horse's heels through the forest foliage served as an accent to their conversation. As Philip listened, he kept his eyes out for pheasants.
"I can never get used to your bluntness, Edwin,"
John said.
"My bluntness is only born of my natural inclination to see things as they are and not how I wish they were,"
Edwin said, without a smile.
"I think Philip should attend this season as well."
This time, Philip barked a surprised laugh.
Now that would be something to see."
"Yes, yes, you are happy to live the rest of your life as a bachelor, but once your mother passes away, which will be soon, do you truly think you can stay alone?"
Philip's smile fell. His jaw ticked. He quickly tampered the spark of annoyance that rose in light of Edwin's words.
"Soon, you say?"
"It is clear, is it not?"
Edwin went on.
"She loses a bit of her mind by the day. Soon she may very well hurt herself when she begins to think the lady in the mirror is a stranger. Perhaps that will end things sooner."
"Do you truly think that is an appropriate thing to say?"
Philip asked, half incredulous. And yet, he should have expected such things. Edwin had never practiced the art of keeping bad things to himself. And Philip, as nonchalant as he usually was, always fell prey to Edwin's slight taunts.
"It may not have been appropriate, but it is surely the thing you need to hear."
"Gentlemen,"
John tried to say, but Philip didn't give him the chance to finish. Anger surged him in, overflowing when he looked at Edwin's smug face. As if he was truly pleased with himself for saying such things.
"A gentleman like you should not be giving anyone advice on anything."
Philip growled.
"And if you are so concerned about the welfare of my mother and I, then perhaps it is best for you to stay away from us. God knows I won't feel good if I am forced to punch you, and I'm sure as someone who wants the best for me, I am certain that will hurt you as much as it does me. Now.
John didn't get the chance to finish. Edwin barked a laugh, mirthlessly.
"Are you so emotional that you cannot see what is right before your eyes? It only makes sense for you to prepare for the death of your mother, Philip. She is already nearing her end."
"And it would only make sense to bruise your jaw if you dare say another word, wouldn't it?"
"Must you be so crass?"
Edwin snarled. How dare he? The anger rose to throat-clogging fury, and Philip would have indeed said something worse had John not stepped.
"All right, enough, gentlemen,"
he said in a strong voice, though he offset it with a wide smile.
"You two certainly know how to get on each other's nerves, don't you?"
Edwin grunted.
"I was only saying what I should."
Yes.
John said when he noticed that Philip was about to respond.
I am sure Philip knows that you are speaking out of the goodness of your heart, though you have very odd ways of saying it. Odd?
Philip scoffed. John chuckled, despite the situation.
Yes, odd is the best way of describing it. Let us simply write it off as his way of being kind, shall we?
Both Philip and Edwin were quiet. They often got into arguments, with John always playing the peacemaker, but at times like this, Philip would wonder how he had come to be friends with this gentleman. John's shot rang through the air, and a bird fell dead to the ground a short distance away.
We are all friends, sirs, so let us remember that, shall we?
Philip decided not to answer. He took his own shot, but in his still simmering anger, he missed it entirely. Edwin was just as stubborn with his silence, but John did not allow that to hinder anything. He continued to talk, chatting on about other things, and after a while, the tension between Philip and Edwin diffused.
You should all come to visit me in London,
John suggested, his voice light.
My wife will be hosting a ball, and I do not think I will be able to get through it without my friends with me.
Philip lifted the shotgun and took another glancing shot, listening to the cry of the bird who had escaped with its life.
I am not so sure. I am not keen on the idea of leaving Mother alone. I understand, but it will only be for a night. Surely she will be fine for that long? Perhaps.
He could not deny that a night of fun was well needed. Philip's shoulders had been tight with stress for the past few weeks as his mother's condition deteriorated, and he wanted badly to relax.
And you, Edwin?
John asked, his tone hopeful. It was clear he was still trying to ensure harmony.
Will you attend?
The invitation could not have come at a more pleasing time,
Edwin said with a sigh. Unlike the others, he was not shooting as frequently.
Despite father's wishes, I would rather stay far from home for now.
Perfect,
John exclaimed.
Now I am certain I will not be bored to death. I knew there was a reason I kept you two as friends.
That made Philip smile and Edwin chuckled under his breath. The rest of their hunting passed in comfort, with John standing squarely between the two of them. As the conversation passed on to other things, Philip couldn't help thinking about the things Edwin had said. His life as a bachelor was the only thing that gave him comfort. For his mother's sake, and for his, Philip had every intention of letting it stay that way. No matter what anyone might think. But one night at a ball will not be so bad, will it? Chapter 3. Lady Hockley's ball was a lavish affair that brought all of the high nobility into its grasp. A low hum of chatter hovered in the air as the orchestra in the corner of the ballroom played. There was no theme for tonight's ball, and so many ladies in attendance seemed to take that as an excuse to attend in a riot of colors that filled the ballroom with life. Helena could not help admiring the way the silver on the refreshments table glistened. It was truly a wonderful affair, and yet Helena could not find it within herself to enjoy it. She stood in a far corner of the ballroom, Lady Anna Stonefly, the Baroness of Burnham, gabbing with her dear friend by her side. With her blonde-haired beauty and grace came a popularity that was unmatched, and Helena oftentimes found herself playing second while her friend was swarmed with ladies wishing to be closer with her. Right now, Lady Belinda was gushing over her, paying no attention to the gentleman vying for her attention. Helena, on the other hand, could not grow comfortable with her surroundings. She wished she was anywhere but here. Even sitting on her porch as she'd grown accustomed to doing lately, would be worlds better than this ball. There was no gentleman who struck her fancy, and not many cared to approach her anyway. They were all too aware of her age.
Would you smile, Helena?
Came Anna's voice by her ear.
You will certainly turn away any potential dance partners if you continue to scowl in such a dreadful manner.
Helena sighed.
How nice of you to be concerned for me, Anna, when there are no potential dance partners in sight. Oh, come now, you've had a few since the commencement of this ball. Did none of them interest you? The Duke of Filston was quite boring, and the Earl of Bondfield is far too old. It seems as if he only wants someone to watch his 4 sons, so that he does not have to bother about them any longer. He is certainly not someone I would want to marry."
Anna touched her tenderly on the arm.
"The night is quite young, Helena, and you look lovely. I am certain tonight will not be for naught."
"My parents cannot even hide how anxious they are to see matched with a wealthy man. How can I relax with such pressures on me?" She could see Anna's eyes running through the crowd as if she would be able to determine who could take care of Helena from a single look. It had only been a few days since her parents had announced they wanted her to attend this year's season, and it seemed Anna had adopted her parents' fervor. At that moment, someone caught her eye. He was impeccably dressed, with a head of black hair standing out amongst the sea of brown. But it was the intense look on his face that caught her interest, the one that gave her the feeling that she was not alone in this ballroom. Everyone seemed so happy to be here, thrumming with excitement, but this gentleman stood off to the side in a reserved manner, as if he was regretting attending this ball in the first place. And then, as if he felt her eyes, he looked over at her, and Helena's heart seemed to stop altogether. Goodness me! He was deliciously handsome, with a long sharp nose, a wide mouth, and hooded eyes that regarded her as she was the only lady in the ballroom. He sat up a bit straighter, showcasing his gloriously broad shoulders and the neatly trimmed beard that gave him a dangerous look. But his entire demeanor seemed to change the moment he laid eyes on her. He had seemed disinterested with everything happening around him, uncomfortable even. Like someone who certainly did not want to be here. Yet now, he seemed revived, his face afresh with a renewed spirit. Helena's heart was thumping fiercely in her chest, unable to tear her eyes away. She could hardly remember how to breathe when he began making his way over to her, his eyes never leaving her face for a second. She was caught in that moment, her loins coiling with need and tingles running through parts of her body. It was as if the entire ballroom had faded away, and they were caught in this dreamlike moment.
"Good day, my lady,"
he greeted upon his arrival. The rumble of his deep voice sent shivers down her spine. He bowed deeply, then lifted his eyes to her.
"My name is Sir Philip Andrews, the Baron of Havordshire."
"Good day, my lord,"
Helena murmured, unsure how she was even managing to speak.
"It is a pleasure to meet you."
His eyes were a glorious sky blue. She could stare into them forever. It was quite bold of him to approach her outright, without even an introduction from the host. For some reason, that notion made her heart flutter in her chest. His eyes slid over to Anna, and Helena took that as her chance to take a quick, steadying breath.
"Good day to you as well, my lady. It has been some time since we last met, has it not?"
"It has been a while, yes,"
Anna said with a smile. She gestured with her fan to Helena.
"Allow me to introduce you to Lady Helena Avington. She is the daughter of the Earl of Brimsey."
Lord Havordshire smiled softly at Helena.
"You have a lovely name, Lady Helena. Would you do me the honour of dancing with me tonight?"
"The honour is all mine, my lord,"
Helena said, unable to keep the smile from her face. Of the gentlemen she'd dance with, Lord Havordshire was by far the most handsome. In fact, she'd never seen anyone as handsome as he. She slipped her hand into his, feeling warmth spread throughout her chest at the contact. His hands were rougher than most, as if he was no stranger to hard work. As they joined the other dancers, Lord Havordshire pulled her into his chest, and she was hit with a realization of how much taller he was than her. In her nervousness, Helena faltered a step, forcing them to stop. She sent him an apologetic glance as her face went hot.
"Forgive me, my lord, I do not know what's come over me."
"I have danced with several gentlemen since my arrival. Am I truly that nervous?" Lord Havordshire chuckled.
"I did not expect you to be so clumsy, my lady. It is quite—"
"Embarrassing?"
she asked without thinking. As soon as the word was out her mouth, Helena wished she could bury her head in shame. She bit her lip, berating herself for even opening her mouth. Why am I speaking like such an outright fool? But his laughter was stronger this time, shaking his chest, which made her toes curl in her slippers.
I meant to say that it is quite adorable, though now I know what has been going through your mind.
Forgive me,
she murmured. Helena squeezed her eyes shut. She was surely a proficient dancer, sure with her steps, and able to move along to the rhythm without much thought. Yet, here with his gentleman, Helena could not tell her left foot from her right.
There is nothing to forgive. That would be like asking me to forgive the beautiful sight of a blooming flower, or rather the clumsy innocence of a child.
Do you think I am childish then, my lord?
I do not mean to offend you,
he said, even as he laughed again. It brought a smile to Helena's face.
You are only quite peculiar.
Peculiar?
Helena hummed thoughtfully under her breath.
I have never heard that before.
My apologies, then.
Hearing the smile in his voice, Helena looked up to see the glorious sight in full. Her heart thudded.
I thought you were accustomed to hearing how beautiful you are, so I believed that I should at least try to stand out a bit.
Stand out?
This time, it was Helena's turn to giggle.
There is no need to do that, my lord. You are quite interesting already.
Ah, I see. Did I catch your eye from across the room?
Her smile slipped, her cheeks growing warm.
Well, I wouldn't say.
Perhaps you would like to say that I am peculiar as well, then, to even the odds?
Helena laughed again. She could not, for the life of her, guess what might come from his mouth next. And though it made her tense, she was excited for the conversation.
I cannot deny that you are a little odd, yes,
she said. Lord Havordshire spun her around the room with such ease, it felt like they were on a cloud. She had the sudden urge to rest her head on his broad chest, to feel the beat of his heart under her ear.
Lovely,
he said, quite dramatically.
Then I finally have someone who understands me. Oh, how I have longed for this day.
Helena giggled.
You are quite funny, my lord.
I am happy you think so. I would loathe to be a bore when I only have this small chance to impress you.
You wish to impress me?
Unable to help it, she peered up at him.
Of course. Is that too forward of me to say?
I wouldn't say so. Being forward is much better than not being forthright with your intentions.
Do you think? I am happy to hear that, my lady. I enjoy speaking with you.
As do I, my lord.
Then I hope we will have the chance to speak again,
he asked hopefully. Helena hesitated, eyes lowering.
I hope so, my lord, though with my father's strictness I am unsure of how possible that might be.
Considering there is a chance he might not see you worthy enough.
You need not worry about that, my lady. I am quite adept at getting others to see my way.
Helena tried not to smile too brilliantly, to be demure and gentle the way her mother always preached that she should be.
Then I will put my faith in you, my lord.
Lord Havordshire brought her to a stop as the song drifted to an end. Helena felt a stab of disappointment now that their dance was over. She wanted to talk with him more. Or rather, she wished to be pressed against his chest again. As he pulled away, she felt the absence of his touch and she longed to reach out and pull him into an embrace.
It was lovely, my lady,
he murmured to her.
I truly wish to do it again. Next time, perhaps.
With that said, Lord Havordshire bowed, flashed her a smile and then turned to leave. Helena stared after him, his lingering presence still making it hard to breathe. Her entire body was inflamed, the pit of her stomach rolling with an odd need she couldn't place. It took her a moment to turn and return to Anna's side, who was watching her intently. But Helena couldn't school her expression well. She doubted she would be able to deny to her friend how drawn she was to Lord Havordshire when she could not even deny it to herself.
You seem pleased,
Anna pointed out.
I am,
Helena answered. She felt as if she was still in a daze, as if she had just stepped into a fairy tale and she was still not used to it.
He is much different than the other gentlemen I have met thus far. Is that so? It is a pity, then.
Helena looked at Anna.
How so?
Anna opened her mouth to answer, but just then, they were approached by Lady Hookley herself, with a gentleman by her side. Helena instantly wore a polite smile as she faced them, knowing what was to come.
Lady Burnham, Lady Helena, I do not think I have introduced a dear friend of mine.
Lady Hookley said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. If Helena had to guess, she would think Lady Hookley was not as fond of this gentleman as she wanted it to seem.
This is Lord Edwin Stilton, the Viscount of Solsthorpe.
Helena curtsied politely. Like Lord Havordshire, Lord Salsthorpe was quite tall, with stormy blue eyes and black hair that was streaked through with grey. He, too, wore a polite smile as he bowed.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Burnham, Lady Helena. Forgive me for the bother, but would you like to share a dance with me, my lady?
Helena nodded absently. She had expected him to ask as much, but after the dance she's shared with Lord Havordshire, everything that followed paled in comparison, and she was already losing interest. Even so, she nodded.
Certainly, my lord.
His hand was cold and a little clammy when he took hers and led her out amongst the other dancing nobles. When he gathered her close to him, Helena couldn't help thinking how different his arms were to Lord Havordshire. With Lord Salsthorpe, Helena didn't feel the same. I imagine I will not feel the same with any other gentleman. That was far too impassioned.
You look quite lovely, my lady,
Lord Salsthorpe said close to her ear.
Thank you, my lord. You look very handsome yourself. You flatter me, my lady. I had wished to tell you that I find you beautiful, actually, but I did not wish to be too forward. A compliment is always welcomed, my lord.
Her words were bland and disinterested. Helena was too busy trying to peer over his shoulder in search of Lord Havordshire to even care about what he was saying.
I noticed that you were speaking with a friend of mine,
Lord Salsthorpe said, oblivious to her lack of focus.
Lord Havordshire?
That snapped Helena back to the present.
Lord Havordshire is your friend? A close one at that. You must have really caught his eye if he thought to ask you for a dance.
Helena frowned. Her heart jumped at the thought, at the mere possibility that she might have truly impressed him that much, but she tempered the hope that rose as quickly as she could. Unable to help herself, she asked,
Is it so difficult to catch his attention, my lord? Oh, yes, quite. Lord Havordshire is a very straightforward man. He is very set with his ways, and unfortunately he did not attend tonight's ball in search of a wife. He merely wished to enjoy himself, since it had been so long since he last relaxed. Is that so? He did seem a little reserved when I spoke with him. Do not think much on that, my lady,
Lord Salsthorpe said in a rather upbeat manner.
He was much like that when we first met as well.
Helena peered up at him. Though he was nothing compared to Lord Havordshire's handsomeness, she could not deny that he had a certain charm lying under his fierce looks. She tried to appear nonchalant when she asked,
How did you two meet?
Lord Salsthorpe's movement was controlled. Unlike Lord Havordshire, who swept her around as if he had no care in the world, Lord Salsthorpe led with preciseness.
We met in London a few years ago at a gentleman's club. He had been in the process of playing a rousing game with Lord Hookley, one that was so intense many had stood by to watch it, including me.
Lord Salsthorpe chuckled deeply. Helena listened intently to his words, all the while studying the people around her with the hopes that she would find Lord Havordshire amongst them.
He was very confident back then, so when I challenged him to a game he boldly declared that I stood no chance.
Helena huffed a laugh at the thought.
Did you? Not in the slightest. He won within a matter of minutes. I hardly had the chance to prove myself. He must have been quite adept then.
Helena mused.
Adept would be putting it lightly, but that is the odd thing about Lord Havordshire. He is good at everything he does.
Lord Salsthorpe sighed, but it didn't sound weary.
Anyhow, I learned afterward that he hailed from Eton. Since Lord Hookley and I were already friends at the time, it was quite easy for us all to meet regularly. We have been fast friends ever since.
Helena smiled at the thought. She was not surprised to learn that their friendship had started the way she guessed so many others in London had begun.
It is quite heartwarming to see such a wonderful friendship, my lord,
Helena said honestly. But then, giving in to the stab of guilt she felt, she asked,
And what of you, my lord? Are you skilled at anything in particular? Do you consider upsetting my father a skill?
He asked. Helena laughed.
It certainly does require a certain talent, though I cannot say I relate overly much. Ah, then you are quite lucky, my lady.
Before he could say anything else, the dance came to an end. Lord Salsthorpe whirled her to a stop, then released her and bowed.
It was lovely, my lady.
She curtsied. She spoke the truth when she said,
It truly was, my lord.
And then she turned away from him, her mind instantly falling on what he had told her about Lord Havordshire. She could believe what he said about the Baron only wanting to have fun here. He seemed very unimpressed with everyone around him, as if the underlying aim each attendee had to secure a good match was not enjoyable to him. Yet, he had approached her, had asked her to dance, had smiled and talked and stated quite clearly that he enjoyed himself with her and that he wished for them to dance again. When she thought of those things, Helena wondered if perhaps Lord Havordshire may put aside his bachelor's lifestyle if he found the one for him. Merely wishful thinking. I should not get my hopes up and only focus on finding the one for myself. Yet try as she might, Lord Havordshire's face was the only one she could see.
Raining. Yet I am well aware of how much you like being by her side, so I do not understand why you are complaining.
John only shook his head. Ever since Philip had arrived at the ball, John had been playing his self-appointed role as the dutiful and dedicated husband, and so Philip hadn't seen much of him. He had spotted Edwin a few times, but his friend seemed so relieved to be away from his betrothed that he was enjoying the company of as many ladies as he could. After a while, Philip had simply lost sight of him. It had made most of this ball a dreadful bore. He had been seconds away from simply leaving when he spotted the brown-haired beauty with the rosy cheeks. She'd already been staring at him and had looked away so quickly that he wondered if he had imagined. But then, her eyes had darted back to him, filled with such wide-eyed intrigue that he felt like a moth drawn to a flame. Before he knew it, he had been making his way to her, drinking in her beauty that only blossomed the closer he'd drawn. Philip could not get her out of his head. They danced a short while ago, and by the time he'd made it back to his spot, he noticed that she was gone again. He guessed that she was in the sea of dancers, scooped up by another eager gentleman, and though he knew he shouldn't be, Philip felt a twinge of jealousy. It is a pity that we met when the ball is nearing its end. I truly wish to see her again.
There is something on your mind, Philip?
John asked, cutting into his thoughts. Philip contemplated whether or not he should say. He felt at odds with himself, being so enamored with a lady he'd only spent a short while with. He was already entertaining thoughts he hasn't had for years now. Thoughts that never came so quickly when he met someone interesting. It was quite unlike him. And quite intriguing all the same.
Now you truly will not be able to say it is nothing,
John said.
Because your silence is making me too curious to let this go. It is not as interesting as you are thinking.
Philip began uncertainly.
I have met a lady, that is all. She is quite beautiful and has the most charming personality I have seen in a while. She also has such a lovely blush when she speaks. It makes me wonder if she truly is shy, though she seems quite bold with her words, and, with her melodious voice, I feel as if I could listen to her speak for ages. There is also the fact that, What is the matter? Why are you staring at me like that?
John closed his hanging jaw, his eyes growing wide with surprise.
I never thought I would see the day. The day? The day you would become smitten. You have always been so stoic on your stance on marriage and courting that I had begun to wonder if you fancied ladies at all.
Philip scoffed. John was being far too dramatic for his liking. He hadn't been that taken with her, had he? He could understand John's surprise, however. The closest Philip had come to being smitten was when he had begun courting a lady a few years ago. However, that had ended nearly as soon as it begun when she'd visited his cottage to see the sad state it was in. Not to mention his mother and her aging mind. Since then, he'd sworn off marriage, deciding that it was better for him to be alone and handle his problems without judgmental interference. His time with that lady was nothing compared to the magnitude of yearning that erupted within him at the sight of Lady Helena. She was a vision, a ray of sunshine in this bland, dreary ballroom.
My.
John's voice brought him back to the present.
I am certain you know what you should do now.
Philip looked at him, confused.
What I should do? You wish to see this lady again, no? Then the only logical course of action is to officially court her. That way you will be able to get to know her much better. Perhaps you two might even be compatible enough to be married.
Philip ruminated on the idea, knowing that John's eyes were on him. He couldn't deny it. Courting Lady Helena sounded like a splendid idea. Surely, it will not hurt to try, will it? Philip had already come to a conclusion. He continued to look out for Lady Helena, unsure of where in the sea of guests she could have gone, but eager to find her, nonetheless. And in the morning, he would speak with her father to ask for his permission to court her. Chapter 5. Even with Anna's presence, Helena could not have enjoyed herself as thoroughly as she did without Lord Haverdshire's appearance. Their time together had been brief but had left a mark on her heart that she did not think could be erased. Now that the ball was over, her only wish was to go home and tell her parents all about it. She was certain they would be happy to learn that she was no longer opposed to the thought of this year's season as she was at first.
"You are simply giddy with excitement, aren't you?"
Anna asked with a laugh.
"Can you blame me, Anna?"
Helena said breathlessly.
"I haven't felt this happy in such a long time. All because of a single dance with one gentleman,"
Anna said, shaking her head.
"It sounds like a fairy tale." "It surely feels like one."
Helena sighed. She could not be happier about her attendance at Lady Hookley's ball now, as opposed as she was at first.
"You remind me of my first season,"
Anna said wistfully.
"It was truly quite exciting. I was only 10 and 9 at the time, as you should remember, and I felt as if every gentleman I spoke to I was in love with."
Helena couldn't help but giggle, even though Anna's words were simply absurd.
"Surely you do not think I am the same?" "Certainly not. You are already quite old, mind me, and I was but a young green lady who had not experienced much. As in love with the idea of marriage as I was in the time, I wondered who would be the one. They all seemed so marvellous to me. Well, I can honestly say that no gentleman tonight may hold a candle to Lord Havordshire. He was simply perfect." "Oh, how adorable!"
Anna said with a wide smile and shake of her head. Her words only brought back what Lord Havordshire had said. As they pulled up in the driveway of Brimsey Manor, Helena flushed, thinking of how awkward she had been when speaking to him, how nervous and jittery she'd acted. She had even tripped. How could he have found that adorable? Bernard welcomed her with a broad smile the moment he saw the smile she wore, but Helena was much too excited to stop and talk with him the way she usually did. With Anna coming to stand by her side, she asked Bernard,
"Are mother and father still awake?"
"As it so happens, my lady, they are. They are currently in the drawing-room."
Wonderful. Thank you, Bernard. You are most welcome, my lady,
Bernard said, but she was already hurrying off, Anna trailing calmly beside her. At times like this, Helena truly did feel childish, despite her age. She could not wait to tell her parents all about the wonderful encounter with the handsome Baron. Just as Bernard had said, Lord and Lady Brimsey were together in the drawing room. When Helena walked in, she saw that her mother had a glass of sherry while her father was sipping on a glass of brandy. They both looked up in surprise at the excited manner at which she entered.
Helena,
Asked her mother.
what has gotten you in such a hurry?
I am extremely grateful you two have not retired to bed yet.
Helena said, sinking into a seat.
I must tell you of my night.
They both looked intrigued at that, glancing at Anna, who had chosen to be near Helena.
She is quite excited,
Anna said amusingly.
as you can see. I know I must sound very odd when I say this.
Helena said. In her head, the smiling image of Lord Havordshire swam. She could almost hear the rumble of his laughter.
I met a wonderful gentleman nearing the end of the ball. I was feeling very out of place, but when he approached me, the night suddenly seemed much brighter. How romantic!
Anna giggled.
You have such a lovely imagination, Helena.
May we have his name at least?
Lady Brimsey asked. Her eyes sparkled with interest.
His name is Lord Philip Andrews, and he is the Baron of Havordshire.
Helena said.
A baron, you say?
Lord Brimsey mused aloud. He did not seem pleased, but not particularly displeased either.
I have never heard of him before.
Lady Brimsey looked at her husband, and he shook his head at her unspoken question. Of course, Anna, who was well versed on nearly everyone in the ton, was the one to speak next.
He is rather quiet and does not show his face among the ton often,
she said.
He lives on the outskirts of London in a small cottage, I believe, with the Dowager Baroness of Havordshire.
A cottage?
Lady Brimsey did not look pleased with that. Helena tensed. She hadn't known this much, but she hardly cared. Her parents, however, had obviously different intentions.
Yes,
Anna said, her voice solemn.
It appears as if Lady Havordshire has fallen ill, and he has been taking care of her since then. He does not frequent events in London, nor has he been to a London season in quite some years. His financial situation is also quite lacking. It appears he lives a normal life, akin to that of a commoner.
Oh dear.
Lady Brimsey looked at her husband. They shared something between their looks, something that made Helena tense. She knew she was not going to like what they were going to say next. Before they had the chance to, Helena quickly said,
Of all the gentlemen I met tonight, Lord Havordshire is the only one who interests me. If he wishes to court me, I will be happy to accept.
That is quite sweet, Helena.
her father said. Helena swallowed.
But I think it would be better for you if you found someone whose financial situation is much better.
But I do not care about wealth, father.
Then how do you plan to sustain your life, Helena?
Her mother asked.
Surely you do not wish to live as a commoner like this Lord Havordshire does?
Helena didn't know what to say. In truth, she knew she didn't know Lord Havordshire very well. Could she really be willing to give up what little she had for such a gentleman? She suddenly felt conflicted, torn between the logical thoughts of her mind and the yearning of her body. Thinking of Lord Havordshire only made her mind fuddled.
Perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that he lives like a commoner,
Anna said, but Helena shook her head to stop her. Even if she didn't know what gentleman she wished to be with, at the end of the day, Helena wanted only one thing. For her parents to accept whatever decision she would one day make.
Are you not happy for me?
Helena asked her parents in a serious tone.
Of course we are, Helena.
her mother said instantly, convincingly enough for Helena to believe it.
All we want is your happiness.
Then please allow me to marry the gentleman I wish to marry. That is all I ask.
And because she did not wish to argue with them any longer on the matter, she rose.
I will see Lady Burnham to the door, then I will retire to bed. Please consider what I have said.
She did not give them the chance to respond. She turned on her heels and made her way out the drawing-room, knowing that Hannah would be on her heels. Her friend was silent, understanding that with Helena's crushed mood went her wishes to speak. But when they arrived at the door, Helena smiled.
Thank you for accompanying me to tonight's ball, Anna. I am certain it would have been much more terrible had you not been there. You are most welcome, Helena,
Anna said with a smile.
You are aware that I cannot pass up the opportunity to mingle with the other ladies. Heaven knows the London season is a prime time for the best gossip.
That made Helena laugh, lifting her spirits.
Then I will consider it a great night for you. Travel safely, Anna. And rest well, Helena.
Anna rested her hand on Helena's shoulder. She said nothing because she didn't have to. The simple touch was a clear indication of her support, filled with silent words of encouragement. Helena took them to heart, feeling very comforted. But when Anna left, Helena was bombarded with the thoughts of Lord Havordshire, wishing that her parents did not care so much about finances. Had they been more like her, perhaps they would be much more open to the thought of Lord Havordshire as a potential suitor. Heaven knows Helena had already begun thinking of him as one. Chapter 6. When Philip came to London to attend Lady Hookley's ball, he did not expect to be returning the very next day. Only this time, it was not under cover of the night stars, but open to scrutiny under the bright sunny morning, as he approached the front door of the Brimsey Manor. Even now, he could not believe that he had given in to his urge when he had gone so many years working toward the opposite. It is too late to turn back now. Philip couldn't tell when he'd last been so nervous when meeting with another lord. Based on John's words last night when he'd asked him about the Earl of Brimsey, he could not garner a proper expectation on what response he would receive from the Earl. As far as he knew, the Earl of Brimsey was an easy-going man who was very overprotective of his only daughter. But, because of their dip in wealth, Lady Helena did not receive the chance to attend the season sooner. Philip couldn't help but wonder how things might have changed had he met Lady Helena a few years earlier. Alongside his nervousness, excitement hummed in his veins. He could not help smiling as he was admitted into the manor and taken to the parlour to await the Earl's arrival. As the butler went off to inform Lord Brimsey, Philip began walking around the room to relieve a bit of the tension in his shoulders. He admired the expensive vases and the artfully done furniture pieces and had nearly succeeded in distracting himself when he wandered by a window and glimpsed at a young lady sitting on a bench by the stone pathway. "It's Lady Helena. My God, she looks so beautiful." She wore a soft green dress, billowing around her legs as she peered up at the sky. Even from the distance, Philip could tell that her lovely face was soft in thought, that she had much on her mind. He could not help himself as he drank in the curves of her body, the way the dress molded to her bust and the slender neck that he suddenly wanted to run his tongue along. She turned her head in his direction as if she sensed his eyes on her, but at that moment, the door opened, and the Earl of Brimsey strolled in. Philip quickly stepped away from the window, not wanting the Earl to see just how much she affected him.
"My lord,"
the Earl greeted.
"I do believe we have not been properly acquainted yet. To what do I owe the pleasure?"
Philip shook hands with the Earl, taken aback by how much he and Lady Helena looked alike. He sat in the seat Lord Brimsey gestured to. He cleared his throat, putting aside his excitement at the sight of Helena and slipping into his usual composure, despite the sliver of nervousness.
"I have come to ask you something of the utmost importance, my lord,"
Philip said.
"and it concerns Lady Helena." "My daughter?"
Lord Brimsey did not seem particularly surprised at that fact, as if he had expected Philip to come to him. Had Lady Helena spoken about him beforehand?
"Yes,"
Philip said with a nod.
Specifically speaking, I wish for your permission to court her. I see.
Lord Brimsey's eyes never wavered from Philip once.
It is quite honourable of you to come to me about such a matter, my lord, but I am afraid I cannot help you. Another gentleman has already asked for her hand in marriage.
Philip blinked in surprise. He certainly hadn't expected to hear such a response. But before he could say anything in return, the Earl of Brimsey flashed him a wide smile. It greatly contrasted his previous words, throwing Philip.
Would you like something to drink? Yes, that would be lovely.
Dazed, Philip watched as Lord Brimsey made his way over to the bar and proceeded to pour 2 glasses of dark liquor. His expression was odd, as if he was pleased, but saddened at the same time. As he came back over to hand Philip his glass, he said,
I must say, my lord, I truly appreciate your interest in my daughter. She is quite beautiful, but, with having her season this late, I was afraid it would do her no favours. But to know that she already has 2 gentlemen interested in her is quite pleasing to me. May I ask what has made you so drawn to her?
Philip cleared his throat. To give himself time to think, he took a sip of his drink. He was used to being candid. He wanted very much to tell the Earl that Lady Helena was the most beautiful lady he'd ever met. But it wasn't just her beauty, but her soft, kind smile. Her lovely laugh. How perfectly she fit against him, how enchanting she smelled. Merely that one dance had filled his mind of her, where she followed him into his dreams and made him feel things he hadn't in a long time. He wanted to say all that and more, but the force of those emotions terrified him. He'd come here without thinking, driven by the need to see her again, but Philip hadn't allowed himself to think about what this all meant. After spending so much time alone, happy that he was a bachelor so that he could focus his attention on his mother, how could the sight of this lady tempt him to change his mind?
My lord?
Came Lord Brimsey's voice, and Philip pulled himself out his thoughts.
I suppose you already know this, my lord.
Philip said, shoving his emotions aside to speak to the Earl in a logical manner. That was the only manner that he was accustomed to.
But Lady Helena is quite a beauty, and her warm personality has made me eager to see her again. I am quite disappointed to learn that she may be betrothed to someone else.
Lord Brimsey let out a hearty laugh.
Ha! How great to hear! I'm happy to see that all those years did not serve to put a damper on my daughter's popularity. It certainly has not, my lord,
Philip said with a nod.
though I cannot help but be curious about who asked for her hand before I had the chance to. I do not blame you, Lord Havordshire,
Lord Brimsey said on a chuckle. Despite Philip's attempt to weed information out of the Earl, he did not give any information on the mysterious suitor. Almost as if he was completely unaware of Philip's hidden question, he rose with a broad smile.
I regret having to send you away like this, my lord,
Lord Brimsey said. To Philip's surprise, there was true regret in his voice.
You do seem like a good gentleman, and your reason for wanting to court my daughter is quite honourable. But I am afraid that I must honour the agreement I made. He is willing to pay a very high price to have her hand, after all. Ah, I see.
Philip got to his feet. He did not want to show his disappointment. Such emotions were not things he preferred to dwell on, nor was he keen on showing them to anyone else. But the strength of that disappointment hit him harder than he expected it to.
I understand, my lord. It is my own fault for acting so late. Now, if you would excuse me.
Lord Brimsey was as jovial a man as he looked, and he gestured to the door with a kind smile, his eyes soft. Philip headed out of the room without hesitation. Suddenly, he wanted to be back in his cottage, surrounded by the things he knew, so that he could come back to himself. The butler took over the escort as he was led to the front door. Philip nodded politely at him, happy to be leaving. A twinge of embarrassment nagged at him for being denied so quickly, but, like everything else, Philip intended to put it all aside and focus on what he really should be doing, taking care of his mother. Philip stepped through the front door onto the porch to see Lady Helena coming up the steps. His heart thudded at the sight of her and he went still in surprise. Up close, she was much more beautiful than when he'd spotted her in the gardens like a fresh flower bloomed during springtime. At that same moment, she looked up at him, as if sensing his presence, and her hazel eyes grew wide with surprise. She seemed to take a step back at the sight of him.
My lady.
The butler's gasp came a second too late. Her foot twisted on the edge of the step and Philip acted without thinking. He rushed forward, grabbing the hand she stuck out as she flailed during her fall. He pulled her forward and she collided into his chest, her bewitching scent instantly wrapping around him. It turned his brain to mush. Philip Andrews, the man who always thought with his head without letting things like emotions and other trivialities get in the way, was becoming downright dumb with this soft, lovely lady in his arms.
"Oh heavens, my lord!"
Her voice brought him back to his senses. Suddenly, he remembered where he was, and that the butler still stood behind them as witness. Swallowing, Philip tried to come back to himself, his limbs reluctant to pull away.
Are you all right, my lady?
He asked once he had taken a steadying step back. Her cheeks were bright red, but she kept her eyes on him. The sight intrigued him and rooted him to the spot. Many other ladies would have had a problem looking him in the face after such a close and intimate encounter, but she clearly did not.
Yes,
she said in a soft voice. She quickly licked her lips and Philip watched as she visibly steeled herself.
I didn't know you were here. Did you have business with my father?
Philip quickly debated what he should say. Normally, he was never opposed to simply speaking the truth, no matter how it might make him seem, but he couldn't help but hesitate at the prospect of looking like a fool in front of her.
Yes,
he said finally before too much time had passed.
I came to ask him an important question.
Did you receive the answer you were hoping for?
Not quite, but I do not intend to give up.
She asked curiously. She blinked in surprise, her lips tilting upwards. Philip was just as shocked at his words. I had every intention to return home and focus on my mother's health. What changed? The lady before him had eyes that shone like emeralds, glittering with intrigue.
How steadfast of you, my lord. A very admirable quality. If you wish, I could speak to my father for you. Perhaps I could help to convince him.
Philip couldn't stop the rush of mirth that spread through him at her words.
Would you do that for me, Lady Helena?
Of course,
she said with an eager nod and a bright smile.
You need only tell me what it is and I will speak to him.
Philip knew the butler was still standing behind him. He knew that he was expected to leave and allow Lady Helena to go about her day. But he could not resist tilting his head at her and asking,
What if I were to tell you that it is a secret?
Her lips formed an O, her eyes widening.
A secret?
Yes. Would you be willing to convince him on my behalf, even then?
Well, I don't see why not,
she said instantly.
But is it a secret I am not allowed to know?
It wouldn't make much of a secret then now, would it?
He smirked at her.
But perhaps I should make an exception for you, one day.
With that said, he bowed politely and made his leave, fearing being deemed improper if he dared to linger any longer. He could feel Lady Helena's eyes on him as he made his way to his carriage, but he didn't turn around. He waited until he was seated inside, away from her eyes, to look out the window. She still stared after him, and even from the distance, he could see the look of curiosity and bemusement on her face. It amused Philip to tease her, but it didn't erase the underlying disappointment. If anything, that short encounter only served to strengthen it. But it increased his resolve as well because now, he was not so willing to let her slip through his grasp. Chapter 7. It had been a few days since Lady Huckley's ball, and Helena was missing Philip dearly. It did not help that she met him on the porch of her manor yesterday, because now, she could not get him out of her head for the life of her. Throughout breakfast, while she spent time with Anna, and even as she laid in bed preparing for sleep, Lord Havershires' words whispered through her head. A secret? What sort of secret could he possibly hold with my father? Helena hoped to ask her father about it directly, but he had been so busy lately that she hardly found the time. She had to resort to simply pondering his words over and over again until she realized something she'd missed before. But Helena could not focus on anything other than the way he smirked at her, the impish glint in his eyes as he told her that his business with her father was a secret. She'd been curious, but she'd been so overwhelmed with a wave of sudden heat that she hadn't been able to focus on it. She was certain her face had been completely red while she spoke with him, trembling as she was with oddly intense feelings that made her want to do things she'd never done before. She was sitting in the drawing room, enjoying a cup of tea and the gentle breeze that flowed through the window while her mind drifted. On the end table next to her sat a letter that had been delivered a short while ago, bearing Lord Havershire's title and his seal. Helena, despite her aging interest, could not muster up the courage to open it. Helena couldn't help asking herself the question. She'd always thought of herself as a proper lady, but while she felt such things, it was as if all her lessons had dissipated, leaving nothing but primal lust in its place. That unpredictable emotion frightened her, and filled her with such excitement that she didn't know what to do with herself. There was a knock on the door before Bernard entered and Beau. Helena smiled warmly at him.
"Yes?"
she asked.
"What is it?"
Lady Burnham is here to see you, my lady.
"Oh, is she? Please see her in."
A few moments later, Anna waltzed in all her blonde-haired glory, with a bright smile on her face. She came to sit before Helena. Helena lifted her brow at her.
"Is there any particular reason why you are in such a jovial mood?" "Oh, look around you, Helena,"
Anna said, gesturing out the open window.
"Look at the bright blue sky and the large fluffy clouds, and how bright the sun shines upon the ground below. It is a beautiful day to be in a jovial mood. Except,"
Helena countered without missing a beat,
"you have never cared much about those things before, so I am certain something else must be making you so happy. Has Lord Burnham gifted you something nice?" "Unfortunately, that is not the cause of my happiness this time. I've only received a juicy bit of gossip from a dear friend of mine." "Oh, is that so? And here I thought I was your only dear friend."
Helena murmured teasingly.
"But alas, I must have been mistaken."
Anna laughed at her words, waving her hand dismissively.
"Oh, come now, there's no need for jealousy. You know very well that you are my closest. Now, are you going to ask me what I have learned, or do you insist that I hint at it for the remainder of the morning?"
Helena chuckled. A maid entered the room, bearing a platter of tea for Helena's guest, and Helena thanked her with a smile.
"Oh, fine. I know you are just bursting to tell me, so you may go ahead."
In her excitement, Anna seemed so much younger than her years. She was quite the beauty even though she was a few years older than Helena. But as she leaned forward in her armchair, her face filled with gaiety, she seemed like a lady who hadn't even made her debut as yet.
"I have heard that you were quite a hit during the last ball, Helena."
She nearly squealed. Helena blinked at her, frowning.
"A hit, even though I did not dance with nearly as many gentlemen as I should have? Your single dance with Lord Havordshire was all that was required to make you the topic of the ton, it seems."
Anna lifted a steaming cup of tea to her lips and took a gentle sip, presumably to calm herself down. Meanwhile, Helena could feel her mind spiraling.
Is Lord Havordshire truly that influential, despite his meagre wealth? Influential might not be the best word,
Anna said musingly.
Perhaps intriguing. After all, he almost left London society entirely before he retired to the outskirts of London to take care of the Dowager Baroness. Not to mention the fact that he is quite handsome. Why, I remember him being very popular, and many ladies of the ton had their eyes on him, hoping he would court them. The fact that he has attended a season's ball and danced with only one lady has made you quite the topic as well.
Helena could hardly fathom it. She'd never been in the eye of the ton. Though a few knew her name, the fact that she had never had a season made it so that she was relatively unknown, especially compared to Anna's popularity. Although, hearing that did not make her feel special. She only wanted the attention of one gentleman. Taking a sip of her tea to feign nonchalance, she asked,
"Do you think Lord Havordshire has developed an interest in me as well? Contrary to what you might think, Helena, I am not all-knowing."
Anna said with a laugh.
"Though I can understand why you might think so. However, I'd like to say yes. He did seem quite smitten with you."
Helena looked at the letter still sitting next to her. She supposed now was as good a time as any to open it. Surely, Lord Havordshire would not send her a letter if he was not interested in her, would he? Or perhaps he only wished to ensure she truly did speak to her father regarding that matter. Anna followed her eyes and gasped.
"Is that from Lord Havordshire?"
Helena said with a nod.
"I received it a few minutes before you arrived, but I could not muster up the courage to open it."
She gasped again, although this one was a sound of utter disbelief.
"Why not?"
Helena had no problem bearing her insecurities to her dear friend. She picked up the letter, turning it over idly in her hands.
"I am afraid I might be getting my hopes up regarding his interest. He visited my father yesterday regarding business, and we happened upon each other when he was leaving. I told him I would speak to my father on his behalf, and though I said it in jest, I am afraid he has sent this letter to remind me." "Oh, Helena!"
Anna looked up at her friend to see her shaking her head.
"You are always so adorably innocent. Do you know that?" "What do you mean?" "Has it not occurred to you that perhaps he came to speak with Lord Brimsey to request permission to court you?"
Helena's mouth fell open.
"Truly?"
Anna chuckled.
"I see that it has not. Honestly, what am I to do with you?"
Helena hardly heard her, her mind drifting back to Lord Havordshire's words yesterday.
"Then that secret was regarding his wish to court me? I can hardly believe it." "I do not see why. As I said, Lord Havordshire seemed quite taken with you. It would only make sense." "But he told me that father has denied his request." "Truly?"
Anna's shoulders sagged at that, her eyes growing distant in thought.
"Well, I am not surprised. Lord and Lady Brimsey did express their disapproval of him that night you returned from the ball, after all. But with no other suitors to think of, do they really wish to turn him away?"
Now, Helena could not waste a single moment with the letter still unread. She quickly opened it up, aware that Anna was watching her every move with keen interest.
"Lady Helena,"
it began.
"forgive me if this letter takes you by surprise. After seeing you yesterday, I could not get you out of my head, and so I found myself beginning to write this letter without thought. I have also been thinking of our dance at Lady Hookley's ball, and how much I wish to see you again. Do you wish to know the secret I spoke about? I did promise to tell you after all, though I did not expect to be brimming with the urge so forcibly. I fear I cannot let another second go by without letting you know my intentions, and why I had come to speak with Lord Brimsey. Those wonderful moments with you in my arms was what drove me to your home. I had wished to ask your father for permission to court you, but it was to no avail. Though I have not given up hope, I must admit I am quite disappointed. He expressed to me that you have already been spoken for, and as such I know I should keep my distance. Now I am beginning to see that that possibility is growing narrower by the second. I cannot help but wonder who this lucky gentleman might be. My envy of him runs deep, because I had truly wished to see you again. What do you think of this? Would it please you to have me keep my distance? Quite honestly, I have never met such a lady as you, and to let you out of my grasp will feel like I have lost the opportunity to have someone precious to me. But if it is your will, then I will honour it. I pray these words find you well, and that I will receive a response soon. Lord Havordshire.
Helena dropped her hands into her lap, at a loss for words.
What is it?
Anna asked eagerly.
What does it say?
Because she could not yet recover, Helena only handed over the letter. Anna took it quickly. After a few seconds, she let out a soft sigh.
How wonderfully romantic.
Helena did not know what to think. Her heart was swollen with happiness. Lord Havordshire seemed too distant, kind and funny, but a man who was unwilling to open up to anyone around him. So, to hear him be so direct with his feelings and his intentions made her heart thud, her body warm with joy. It was the mention of her being spoken for that muddied that happiness. She lifted her eyes to Helena.
You do not think mother and father have betrothed me to someone without informing me of it, do you?
Anna's eyes shifted away. Though she did not respond in words, Helena knew exactly what that meant.
Oh, heavens!
She breathed, letting out a long, shuddering breath.
I must respond to him right away.
Anna nodded supportively.
I think so as well. Then perhaps you can speak with Lord or Lady Brimsey about it.
A smart suggestion, though Helena had little faith in it. The fact that they had not told her meant they did not yet want her to know. And if that were the case, she would not be receiving a straight answer from either. But she didn't say that aloud, only got to her feet and said,
I will not be long, Anna. Do not mind me,
Anna said breezily.
I am quite adept at enjoying my own company.
Helena nodded and quickly hurried off, intending to go to the library so that she could quickly write her responding letter. As her steps took her closer and closer to the room, only one question echoed in her mind. Just who is my mystery suitor? Chapter 8.
Have you finished preparing Mother's breakfast?
Philip asked, standing in the threshold of the kitchen. Bridget jumped at the sound of his voice. She had been humming when he entered, so he supposed that was why she had not heard him. He gave nothing away as he tilted his head to the side and waited for her to regain her composure. She bowed quickly.
Yes, my lord.
Bridget turned and lifted the silver platter that had his mother's breakfast laid atop it. He'd requested today's breakfast to be special since it happened to be his mother's birthday. She would feast on toast with preserves, cakes, and hot chocolate that Bridget would be carrying along with him to her room. Philip doubted the Dowager Baroness remembered the importance of today, but Philip swore he would not forget it. He would let her enjoy it as much as he could, even though she might not understand why. The trip to her room was a silent one as Philip and Bridget brought his mother her food. Upon entering the room, he found that she was still in bed, lying on her side. Philip gestured silently for Bridget to leave the pots of hot chocolate on the table. She did so and left quietly. After relieving his hands of the platter, Philip went to his mother's side. She was not asleep. She stared blankly ahead of her, not even blinking when Philip knelt down.
Mother?
He called. She did not respond. She blinked slowly and that was when Philip realized that her glassy eyes seemed more shimmery than usual. They were filled with tears. His heart broke at the sight. He swallowed down the grief, forcing himself to be strong. He rested a hand on her shoulder.
Mother, it is time to eat.
This time, she finally let her eyes slide over to him and the slight movement caused her tears to spill over, running over the bridge of her nose.
I do not wish to eat,
she said in a low voice.
Then you will not be strong and healthy,
Philip said with a smile. It faltered easily when she only looked away. On days like this, he knew he had to be even more jovial to scrape her out of her depressive mood. But he'd never seen her like this. So, broken.
Mother.
Philip tried again.
You must eat. How else will you be able to take on the day?
She still made no response. Yet, tears continued to stream over her nose. He clasped her hand in his heart breaking at how frail it felt. He didn't know the words to tell her, didn't know how to heal the pain in her heart. So, he only brushed her tears away, stroked her hair. She responded to none of it, simply staring while she cried, but he told himself that what he was doing was helping. After a while, he decided it might be best to leave her be for now. It was a struggle, but he rose, rubbing her shoulder in a comforting manner before he rounded the bed and went to sit by the table. Lord and Lady Havordshire had been quite old when they had Philip, and as such, Philip was only 22 when his father died from an unknown yet deadly disease. The effect his death had on Philip had been profound, but it was nothing compared to the mental toll his mother endured that had led to her declining state. On so many days, Philip would be forced to deal with a lady who could not remember who she was and acted like a child at everything around her. But on her birthday, the day the late Lord Havordshire had died, she became incredibly depressed. It was as if, despite her waning memory, she held on to the sadness somewhere deep down. Philip had never seen her this bad, however, and it broke his heart to see. He sat there for quite some time, hoping she would turn to him. His efforts to get her to respond fell on deaf ears, and after a while, he began to lose hope. He got to his feet, staring at his mother's still frame as he made his way to the door. He wanted to, but he could not stay here anymore. He needed to get out and go hunting to clear his mind of the sadness that was slowly coming over him.
Philip?
Her frail voice had him whirling to face her. Lady Havordshire pulled herself up to a sitting position, lifting her watery eyes on him. Philip rushed to her side.
Mother, do you remember me?
Though she had been crying, he'd never seen her eyes as sad as they were now.
You should get married, Philip,
she said.
Mother?
You cannot wait until it's too late. Find a lady you love, marry her, have her bear your children and grow old together. I want you to be happy.
Her tears flowed harder. Her hand trembled in his. Had she said this a weak prayer, she would have received false reassurance to her words. But now, Lady Helena flashed through his mind, and the notion was no longer as aversive.
Yes, Mother,
he said, squeezing her hand, swallowing past the lump in his throat.
I will.
She nodded slowly at that and then laid back on her side. Philip didn't bother to try coercing her to eat again because he knew it would only end in failure. He only rose, brushing her hair from her face, then left the room. He was feeling too many things at once, but Philip could not let himself dwell on it. He made his way outside the cottage, where he found Bridget and told her to keep an eye on his mother while he headed out to hunt.
One moment, my lord,
she called just as he turned away. Looking a bit flustered, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and said,
You received a letter while you were with Lady Havordshire. Allow me to fetch it for you.
He nodded and waited for her to rush back into the cottage, returning a few moments later with a letter in hand. Philip instantly knew who it was from and his dull mood lifted.
Thank you, Bridget,
he said to her before turning away to read. Lady Helena's beautiful handwriting read,
Lord Havordshire, I was very pleased to receive your letter. Much like yourself, I cannot stop thinking of you, and I have been hoping to speak with you again. Though our encounter yesterday was very sudden and quite brief, I am happy I had the chance to at least see you again, even if your words left me confused. Now, however, I understand what you meant then. I cannot begin to express how happy I am to learn that you wish to court me, but I am also confused by the response you were given. I am not aware of any suitors, so I do not understand why my father would say such a thing. I wish to speak with him about it, but he is quite a stubborn man, and I reckon that if that is the truth, he will not be willing to tell me just yet. It saddens me that someone I do not know stands between us. My only wish is to see you again. If you were to disregard my father's words, nothing would make me happier, though I hope it does not have to come to that. I will try to ask him about it, but I do not have much hope. Nevertheless, I thank you for your kind and wonderful words, my lord. Perhaps we may see each other soon. I will be attending the Duchess of Velmire's ball within the next week, and it would please me so to be able to share another dance with you. I look forward to your response. Lady Helena of Brimsey.
He smiled. Oddly enough, with a lingering sadness regarding his mother's state, Lady Helena's letter had the power to bring a wide, genuine smile to his face. Philip refolded the letter and went to fetch his shotgun, leaving the letter on the end table in his room. Once he had saddled his horse, he began making his way to the woods. Reliving the pain of his father's death was something Philip didn't think he could ever outrun, but receiving that letter from Lady Helena had softened the hurt. He could not keep the smile off his face and was suddenly glad that he was alone, surrounded by nothing but trees and wildlife, so that he could bask in his happiness without feeling at odds with himself. While he'd suspected Lady Helena's interest in him, to see her express it in words warmed his heart. Suddenly, he wanted to turn his horse around. He wanted to ride it straight into London, where he could be by her side. Had it not been for the mysterious gentleman standing in his way, Philip had a feeling he would have given in to his urge. As the edge of the woods grew nearer, Philip sighed silently. He had held himself back from doing something stupid by focusing on her obvious confusion regarding her suitor. It appeared that even she did not know who he might be. Philip wondered why the Earl of Brimsey was keeping it a secret, but perhaps the situation dictated that he keep that knowledge to himself for now. I won't get my answers through speculation. But I do not think I can stay away from Lady Helena as Lord Brimsey wishes. He could already picture them together at the Duchess of Velmire's ball, her in his arms, her head on his chest. In his mind, they stood close together, as if they were a married couple who did not care about who might be around them. Lost to the world, they would drift around the room to the music and, when it was over, they would slip away. Alone, he would kiss her, let his lips trail down her neck as his hands explored her body. She would pant, cling to him, whisper his name. A shot rang through the air and the sharp slice of pain that cut through his leg cut his thoughts short. Philip gritted his teeth, reaching down to grasp his injured leg, acting without thinking. His horse cried out at the ring of the shot, lifting backward on its hind legs. Before Philip had the chance to stop it, the horse raced forward into the thick of the woods. He kept going at a breakneck speed that was incredibly dangerous, considering the terrain. But his horse was used to this, and it took him away from the splatters of his blood staining the grass he left behind. Philip did not know how far he ran, but by the time he slowed to a stop, sweat had broken out on his face. He slid off the horse, grunting in pain, and sat by the foot of a large tree to inspect his wound.
Thank God it's just a scratch,
he whispered to himself. The bullet had torn his clothes and ripped through the top of his skin. Though it bled profusely, he knew it would not be a wound that would be difficult to deal with. That did not seem like an accident. If someone else had been hunting around here, there was no reason for their aim to be leveled so low. Perhaps they had hoped to catch a bird in a tree, but would they be so daft as to aim so close to his body? The fact that he couldn't be certain unnerved him. Perhaps he should not have taken off the way he did. It might have been better if he had looked to see who had taken the shot. I suppose there is no use now. I do not hear any incoming horses, and I doubt he would think to follow me for such a distance on foot. Because he couldn't be sure about that either, Philip kept the torn pieces of his trousers pressed against his wound and waited a short while. After a while, he decided that it would be better to return to the cottage instead of wasting time here, and so he managed the difficult task of climbing his horse before he set course for home. After fetching the physician to tend to his wounds, he went straight to London to speak to John about the matter, not knowing who else to confide in about it. He felt troubled, an uneasy feeling settling on his shoulder. He could not shake the thought that the bullet had been meant for him, that had the shooter not missed his mark, he might not have been able to come so easily to John.
You know,
said John as he handed Philip his glass of brandy an hour later.
I am now realizing how infrequently you visit London to see me. Is that so?
Philip mused aloud, his mind far away.
You should not get used to this sensation. Ah!
John held his heart in mock hurt, grinning from ear to ear.
You know so well how to wound me, Philip. Come, tell me why you have come, since you insist on being so stoic.
Philip nearly cracked a smile, but his reason for coming weighed so heavily on him that he could hardly manage to.
What ails you, Philip?
John asked in a much more serious tone. Philip lost his appetite for the drink and set it aside.
Something occurred this morning that I cannot stop thinking about. I was shot during my ride towards the woods. Shot?
John's brows lifted slightly.
And I reckon that your obvious worry means you do not think it was an accident. I have no evidence to support this feeling. He could very well have been a hunter himself, who had only misfired and caught me in the leg.
John glanced down at Philip's legs.
You seem decent enough when you walked in here. I take it you're not badly hurt. No, it only grazed me, fortunately. I did not stay to find out if the shooter had intended the bullet for me. As soon as I was shot, I took off into the woods.
John's brows furrowed in thought.
You may be right, Philip,
he said,
about the prospect of it being a mere hunter who had misfired, though I find that hard to believe as well.
Philip sat up a bit straighter at that. Hearing John say those words made him feel much less delusional.
Do you?
He asked, almost desperately.
Yes.
John confirmed with a nod.
I am certain you would have heard if there were other hunters nearby, and you say you were atop your horse. Had he been aiming for something on the ground, it should not have caught you at all, even if it was in your leg, even more so if he was aiming for something above. It does not make much sense to me.
Philip sighed, sitting back in the chair.
I thought so as well, but there is little I can do to find out the truth. Whoever it is, he is long gone. I suppose so, though now I cannot stop wondering about who that person is.
Neither can I. A shooter in the woods and a mysterious suitor. There is no end to the mysteries. Chapter 9. Helena was sitting in the gardens, fiddling with the ribbons on her bonnet, when she was approached by Bernard. He bowed and said,
"My lady, Lord Havordshire has come to call upon you."
"Lord Havordshire?"
she gasped, shooting to her feet. Noticing Bernard's shocked disposition, she blinked and reined her surprise in, willing away the blush she knew was staining her cheeks.
Where is he now?"
"He is waiting in the drawing-room, my lady,"
Bernard told her. "Does he truly plan to disregard what my father has said?" Helena could not believe her good luck. To think that Lord Havordshire had chosen one of the few days both her parents were away from the manor felt like fate, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she made her way into the manor. Hoping that Bernard wouldn't notice, she patted her cheeks discreetly, hoping to make them flushed before she arrived. She knew that her hair remained intact, but she fiddled with the ends of the curls nonetheless as if that would put together what might have fallen apart. Helena looked down at the bland peach-colored dress she'd chosen to wear today and cursed herself for not wearing a more flattering color. She would not return to her bedchamber to change, however. She didn't want to keep Lord Havordshire waiting for a second longer. Once Helena arrived at the drawing-room, an old maid, Nadine, was already standing by the door to act as chaperone, and she steeled herself. The last 2 times she'd seen Lord Havordshire, she'd been taken off guard and it had been entirely out of her control. This time, she wished to be more in control of her thoughts, becoming the lady her mother had preached that she should be in order to secure a husband. But no matter how much she tried, she could not keep her hammering heart under control, nor her mind from running all over the place. Neither could she withhold her smile when she entered the room. Lord Havordshire was standing by the window when she walked in and he turned upon her entrance. Helena didn't know how she managed to walk further into the room. For a moment, it almost felt as if she had forgotten how to breathe. "He looks so dashing." Lord Havordshire smiled at her. Helena could no longer feel her legs, her heart pounding in her ears and butterflies bashing against her stomach. Her toes curled at the sight of that smile, and when he began to bridge what was left of the gap between them, she was struck with the urge to reach out and press her lips to him.
"Good day, my lady,"
Lord Havordshire greeted, bowing deeply. It snapped her back to herself and she made a hasty curtsy.
"Good day, my lord,"
she said, grateful that her voice was not shaking.
"I did not expect your visit today."
"Then my plan went off without a hitch,"
he said with a chuckle. They both chose to sit, not taking their eyes off the other.
"I had hoped to surprise you."
"A job well done, then, my lord. May I ask what is the purpose of your visit, then? I thought we had planned to see each other at the Duchess of Velmire's ball."
Helena smiled inwardly at her words. She sounded mildly interested, not as eagerly overjoyed as she truly was. She didn't want to seem too desperate.
"That was the intention, yes,"
Lord Havordshire said, nodding.
"But I could not bear to wait that long. Almost an entire week without seeing you, Lady Helena, is torturous."
She blushed. Suddenly, her well-curated words to remain aloof went out her head.
"Oh, heavens, my lord! If you continue like this, I am afraid I might turn permanently red."
Lord Haverdshire's laugh was deep and full.
"Are my words that pleasing to you, my lady?"
"I am sure you are well aware of what you're doing."
"I am,"
he said without missing a beat, to Helena's surprise.
"But I did not expect it to work. I have never been very good at expressing myself, you see, but I thought that there would be no better way to get to know you than to do just that."
"Have you read me that easily already?"
"Oh, you mean you are not aware of how wonderfully transparent you are?"
Helena's eyes grew wide.
"I had no idea."
Lord Haverdshire's eyes twinkled with perpetual humour. He seemed to be paying Nadine no mind, and honestly, so was Helena.
"It feels as if I know your every thought just by looking at your face."
Helena knew he was teasing her, but the very thought that he might know the improper places her mind had drifted to fill her with horror. She put up a bravado, nonetheless.
"How coincidental, my lord. You are very easy to read as well."
He seemed to be taken aback by those words.
"Is that so?"
"Yes, you do seem very reserved, as if you never truly say the words that you want to, or rather, you do not allow yourself to think on them for too long. I often wonder if you tend to push things aside in order to act in a very serious and objective manner."
"That is very assumptive of you,"
he commented.
"Oh, they are just my foolish thoughts,"
she said dismissively.
"I know very well that I might be quite wrong."
He tilted his head to the side.
"Is there anything else you have learned about me, Lady Helena?"
"Well,"
she thought about it, about all the little actions and the things he'd said during their two encounters.
"though you are not very active in London society, you are very silver-tongued, and you do have a teasing nature that is very endearing."
"Endearing, you say?"
Helena blushed furiously. Why must he look at me like that?
Well, yes, I am certain you must be aware of that."
"I see. You are quite as peculiar as I thought. To see that you have analysed my personality in such a short amount of time, Lady Helena, is very impressive."
Helena was unable to hold back her smile at the compliment.
"I spend a lot of time thinking, Lord Havordshire. I suppose it has become a bit of a habit of mine to overthink such things."
"A wonderful habit to have, Lady Helena. However, there is one thing you do not know."
"What is that?"
Lord Havordshire leaned forward, smirking at her once again. The twinkle in his eyes was born of mischief, and Helena's heart thudded once again at the possibility of what he might say. She nearly glanced at the maid, wondering if he would take into account her presence. Despite what she'd said, there was still so much she did not know about him, so many things that served to both confuse and intrigue her that she couldn't fathom what he might say.
"I wish, Lady Helena,"
he said in a low whispered tone,
"to be able to go on a walk with you."
Helena blinked.
Pardon?
He seemed to enjoy her bemusement as he leaned back and said,
"It is a lovely day, my lady. I think a breath of fresh air would do us both good. Or perhaps you would like to go riding?"
Helena could only stare at him. She did not know what to expect, but it certainly had not been that. She let loose the breath she had been holding in anticipation. But then, he glanced at the maid. It was so quick that she nearly missed it. It did not seem like a glance to actually look at her, but a quick shift of the eyes instead, as if he was trying to communicate something to Helena. After a moment, she understood.
Nadine,
Helena said.
could you prepare tea for our guest?
Nadine got hastily to her feet and bowed.
Yes, my lady, of course.
Helena kept her eyes on the floor as she listened to Nadine's retreat, and then she lifted them to Lord Havordshire.
Would you like to have a tour of the manor instead, my lord?
Chapter 10. He should not be doing this. Philip knew that very well. His overwhelmingly sane thoughts screamed at him to return to the drawing-room and await the maid Lady Helena had sent for tea. That way, he was fairly certain he would be able to control himself, knowing that there was another person in the room. But, alone with Lady Helena, he did not know how well he would fare. It is but my own fault. And yet, he could not muster up the courage to feel bad for it, could not bring himself to listen to those sane thoughts. He was merely happy he could be alone with her, finally.
"Tell me more about yourself, Lady Helena,"
he said the moment they stepped out into the hallway. There was a notable lack of servants around, but he supposed that was due to her family's lack of wealth. Other than that, Philip felt as if he knew nothing about her.
There is not much to tell, my lord,
Lady Helena said. To her credit, she did not seem nervous about being alone with him, even though she had not looked at him once since they'd set out. If she was nervous, she was hiding it well.
"Surely that is not so.
He pushed.
Everyone has a story to tell."
Yes, but I doubt mine is worthy of being told. Even so, I do not know where to start. Would you like an entire rendition of my life since I was a child?
Philip chuckled, taken aback by her sudden humor. She did not seem to realize that she was so funny, which made her all the more endearing.
"If you wish, my lady, I will listen to you all day."
She laughed.
I am afraid I do not remember much of my days as an infant, but for much of my childhood, and as I grew into a young lady, I lived in the countryside.
"Oh, is that so?"
Not very interesting information, I told you,
she said, though she wore a smile.
I was very happy in those days, however. My family owned a large estate, and so I would spend much of my time outdoors, riding horses or simply going for a long stroll. I believe those days to be the happiest time of my life.
Philip stared at her as she spoke. She walked slightly ahead, seemingly unaware of the fact that he lagged behind to watch the way her expression grew distant, her voice softening.
I do not know if you have heard the rumours, but father made a bad investment in the colonies, and we were forced to sell the estate and move to London. Our financial situation remained dire, however, and I was not able to attend a season because of it. But I did not care about any of that. My only wish is to return to the countryside, even if we no longer lived in that large estate.
She had to laugh.
I suppose that is why I spend most of my time outdoors while I'm here in London. I do not enjoy living here. The hustle of the city is quite unlike what I'm used to, and I find the people to be very pretentious. It happens that I have only one person whose company I enjoy, Lady Burnham. Having her here with me makes life much easier, I will admit."
Lady Helena laughed again, although this one sounded much more awkward.
"Oh, forgive me. I did not mean to ramble so. I wished to ask you the same question, and there I go, talking your ear off."
"I did not mind, Lady Helena,"
he said to her.
"I quite enjoy hearing you talk about your past."
"Then what about you, my lord? Do you care to share your past with me as well?"
He took a deep breath. Philip didn't even know where to start.
"My mother bore me at an old age,"
he began.
"My parents had been trying for some time, and even though their chances grew slimmer as time wore on, they did not stop until they had me. Even so, I grew up healthy and happy, receiving all the love in the world, even though we were not as well off as many other nobles."
Philip did not expect the rush of sadness to overcome him as he said his next words, and he hoped Lady Helena would not notice.
"However, when I was only 22, my father grew ill. He passed away only 3 days later. It did not give me nor my mother any time to prepare, but my mother took it the hardest."
Thinking of that time was torturous. Hearing his mother's wails despite who heard her, wanting to comfort her but not knowing how. Watching his parents as he grew had inspired him to find a love like theirs, but seeing how painful their parting had been had put an end to it perhaps. Perhaps that was the true reason why he did not wish to marry. Philip tucked the possible revelation aside and continued.
"Mother did not deal with father's death well. She mourned for months, and I believe that it was this sadness that led to the deterioration of her mind. Once I noticed that I dedicated all my time to taking care of her."
He couldn't help his sigh.
"She is in a relatively happy mood for the most part, despite the fact that she no longer remembers who she is. But on the day father died, which also happens to be the day she was born, she would become depressed all over again."
"Do you believe her heart is holding on to that sadness, which forces her to remember despite her dimming memory?"
Lady Helena asked in a soft voice. He'd expected her teary-eyed sympathy. He'd expected her to shower him a wave of apologies for something she'd no hand. So, her logical question took him by surprise. And pleased him to no end.
"Yes,"
he said after a moment.
"I believe so, and I cannot say that I blame her."
Lady Helena looked up at him. She'd been leading him down endless hallways, passing by closed doors during her very bad tour. But he no longer saw those hallways, could only see the bright sincerity in her eyes.
"You are a good person, Lord Havordshire,"
Lady Helena told him.
"I hope you know that."
"Please,"
he said, unable to look away.
"call me Philip."
"Then call me Helena."
She swallowed, her eyes darting away. Philip smiled at the sight.
"How unfortunate that your suitor has come in the way of us like this, Helena."
Helena nodded. Her pink cheeks faded as she suddenly grew serious.
"I know nothing of this gentleman,"
she said.
"I wish Mother and Father would speak to me about this. It is so frustrating that I know nothing of this situation."
"I agree."
He couldn't help sighing. This would be much easier if they did not have this obstacle standing between them. She looked up at him as they passed by a large window. A ray of sunlight fell over her face, brightening her beauty to such an outstanding degree. Philip was struck dumb for a moment.
"What do you think we should do?"
she asked. He struggled to regain control of himself.
"I would certainly like to continue exchanging letters with you,"
he said.
"but I do not think I could go for very long without seeing you. Perhaps we could meet in secret when we think it is safe."
"Oh, I have never done anything like that before."
"Do you dislike my suggestion?"
Philip asked quickly, shocking even himself.
"Then perhaps we could—"
"No, no,"
she said, laughing a little.
I think it is a wonderful idea. Perhaps we could try to learn of the truth of this suitor together.
Philip smiled. Hearing her confirm that she wished to continue seeing him made him so happy that he could do nothing but grin like a fool. Her steps faltered to a stop, right as they came in front of a large mahogany door. She seemed to use all her strength to tear her eyes away from him and gestured to the door.
"This is the library,"
she announced.
I see. May I have a look inside?
"Yes, of course."
Philip could not help running his gaze down the back of her, drinking in the curve of her rump as she turned to open the door. She breezed in, allowing him in behind her. Chapter 11. The library was a decent size, chock full of books as far as the eyes could see. In fact, it seemed a little too full, with books stacked on the desk and on end tables, albeit neatly. Helena's cheeks pinkened as she closed the door.
"Father is a very avid reader, and he tends to collect whatever tomes or collections he can find. Mother has been telling him that there is no more space left in the library, but he will not listen."
Lord Brimsey and I are very alike, then.
Philip said, wandering deeper inside.
Though I find I do not have the time to read as much as I used to. Are you fond of the pianoforte?
She glanced at the piano sectioned in the far corner of the room and nodded.
"I do enjoy it, though I am not very good at it."
Come now, Helena,
he said, turning to her with a smile.
Something tells me you are only being modest.
His kind words warmed her heart. It had been a while since she'd last played, but she had the sudden urge to do so now.
"Would you like to look at a few interesting tomes I've begun reading as well?"
Helena asked when silence descended on them once more. When she walked by, she noticed his watching her every move. Philip followed behind her. Now that they were behind closed doors, all talk of their past behind them, she could not find the strength to focus on books. She wanted him to take her in his arms instead.
"When I have grown bored, I like to read poetry in the garden. I am not sure if you are a fan of poetry, however. Do you think you will like it? If not, then perhaps—"
Helena held up a thickly bound book to him, trying to distract herself. She went still, her eyes darting to him. He'd reached a hand out, caressing her soft cheek. Helena knew her face must be red, but that thought was fleeting in light of her other, more lascivious ones.
"Philip,"
she breathed.
Ah,
Philip said, taking a step closer. Now, they were only a hairbreadth apart.
I did not expect the sound of my name to be so sweet on your lips.
He brushed his thumb downward until it touched her bottom lip. She could not look away from him, her breathing becoming labored. That made his own breath grow short.
I have been wanting to do this for a long time, Helena,
he said to her.
And I do not know if I have the power to hold back any longer.
He lowered his lips to her ear, barely brushing her lobe. She trembled.
But if you wish for me to stop, you need only say the word.
Helena kept silent. Philip lifted his head and looked into her eyes. She was certain that what he saw there mirrored his own, a raging heat that threatened to consume them both. She stuck her tongue out and slowly swiped it along her bottom lip, wetting it like she was in a trance. She couldn't believe what she was doing, but she couldn't stop herself either. She saw the moment he gave in as if he could no longer hold back. He kissed her firmly on the mouth, instantly pressing her against the bookshelf they stood by in the process. Helena's hand instantly reached into his hair. Suddenly, she realized how long she had been waiting for this moment. Helena could not keep her hands off. His heated touch, the intensity of his kiss, it made her heady with lust. She wrapped an arm around his back, pulling him closer into her. Their tongues shot out at each other, tangling in an intimate dance of passion and longing. Helena felt wholly unlike herself, almost like she had awakened a beast that had been slumbering deep within her.
"Philip,"
she whispered as he broke away to rain kisses down the side of her face. It was just like her dream, only she had not expected to feel this much, to want him so badly that it hurt. His hand slid down her neck, over her chest to her bust. The slightly painful peak of her nipples made her moan without thought. She eased into him, her legs snaking up his. When she moved, she suddenly felt something hard against her leg. Her mind went utterly blank the moment realization dawned on her. But instead of shying away as she should have, she pressed closer, wanting to feel more of it. The evidence of how much he wanted her was making her do insane things, but Helena didn't care to stop. She only moaned into the air, curving her body to receive his loving touch against her breast. They clung to each other, as if desperate to get to the skin that laid beneath the layers. Philip slipped his hand down her dress until he could reach under her dress. There, he caressed her thigh, and she let out a small moan before he fused his lips back to hers. Up and up his hand went, until he finally felt her wetness. "God, this feels so good," Helena gasped. Her eyes went wide. Philip pulled back, as if afraid for a moment that he had taken things too far, but she held his face in her hands, her body moving against his hand. She was acting without thinking. She only wanted to give in to the pleasure she was feeling, overwhelmed by the sheer force of it. His finger slid against her while she moved against his hand. Philip dipped his mouth back down to her neck, nibbling at the tender flesh there that had her gasping again. She clawed at his back, but he did not stop, not until she tensed. Her body suddenly seized when she reached her peak. Philip lifted his head again. Helena wanted to see him, to look him in his eyes as this incredible feeling overtook her. But it was as if she had lost control of her body and her lips parted in a silent scream, her eyes closing while her body bucked in his arms. It lasted a few seconds, but when she reopened her eyes, a slow smile stretching over her lips.
"Lady Helena?"
That single voice cut through their haze and brought them straight to reality.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 12. Helena went still with shock. Her mind could hardly process what was happening. Through her daze, she heard the distant call of her name, but she could not act in the way that she knew she should. Thankfully, Philip was able to do everything for her. He quickly stepped away from her but righted their clothing at the same time. It suddenly occurred to her that the voice had sounded confused, but before she could register anything else, the door opened. Nadine entered the room just as Philip put some distance between them.
"My lady,"
Nadine said, her slow voice betraying no suspicion. If she'd seen something, she was keeping it to herself.
"the tea is ready." "Thank you, Nadine."
She tried to regain her composure, hoping desperately that Nadine's aging eyes would not stop the stark pink stain on her cheeks. She turned to Philip, hoping she was coming off as nonchalant as she was trying to be.
"Shall we, my lord?"
Yes, my lady, please lead the way.
She could have been mistaken, but she could have sworn she saw a hint of mischief in his eyes. Her heart thudded in her chest at the possibility of it. It was as if he could sense her mortification and found humor in it. She tried to cut him a glare, but his lips only twitched in response. Blissfully, it seemed as if Nadine was unaware of what was happening between them. Helena was suddenly happy that such an old maid had been left as her chaperone, because she loathed thinking what might have happened had someone younger had happened upon them. Or worse, Anna. Oh, goodness, she would know exactly what happened in here without a doubt. The mere thought flushed Helena's face with heat. She glanced up at Philip to see that he was already staring at her, his brows lifted in question.
Yes, my lady, is something bothering you?
"No,"
she said quickly, looking away.
"no, not at all."
It seems as if you have something on your mind.
He pressed. Helena shook her head. Now that she had come to her senses, she realized how utterly outrageous it was for them to do such a thing in the library. It mattered not that her parents were not home and that the maid had not been present. She should have conducted herself in a manner that was befitting a lady. She should have. And yet, no matter how many times she told herself that, the conviction was lacking. Helena knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that she would do it again if she were ever left alone with Philip. Perhaps she would do even more.
I don't have anything on my mind,
she murmured, horrified by her thoughts.
I am only looking forward to having tea with you. I have been looking forward to it, and now that we are finally about to have it, I cannot help but be excited.
You are rambling, my lady,
Philip pointed out, his voice tinged with humour. Helena wanted to burrow her face in her hands. She couldn't understand why she was being so embarrassing when before she had been eager to open up to him and enjoy his company. As she realized the magnitude of her feelings for him, she couldn't help overthinking her every thought, her every move. Helena faltered for a moment. It was slight, a misstep before she recomposed herself and continued to walk alongside Philip as they made their way back to the drawing room. She didn't think anyone would notice, hoped desperately that Philip wouldn't, but her prayers fell on deaf ears.
Now I am certain something might be wrong, my lady,
he said, and when she looked at him, he wore a genuinely worried frown.
Are you certain you are all right?
Yes.
Helena shook her head, giving him a smile.
I am only lost in thought.
Philip stared at her for a moment longer, then he smiled.
May I ask what is on your mind, then?
She contemplated what to say to him. It surprised her how easily she wished to open up to him, though perhaps it was not all that shocking considering all she'd said about her past.
I was thinking about how happy I am to have met you, my lord. Forgive me if this is bold, but I have never opened up to someone so easily before.
Philip's smile was quick and encompassing.
You do not know how happy I am to hear that, because I feel the same, and you are correct, you are bold, and it is one of the most admirable things about you, my lady.
Helena's heart felt as if it would burst right out of her chest. Her smile hurt, so wide it was in her happiness at his words. She could hardly focus on anything but those words, not even the path before her as they drew nearer to the drawing room. She was walking on pure instinct, so deep within the recesses of her mind that Helena could focus on nothing but a single, dawning realization. I am in love. How could this happen so quickly? She longed to look at Philip as if she would find the answer in the curve of his strong brows and the tilt of his soft lips. It hardly made sense to her, even though her heart told her that it was the truth. Despite the fact that heart screamed in joy at the realization that her body was reacting in kind, Helena's mind could hardly wrap around it. She'd only met him a short while ago. She'd been smitten since that first dance, had been eager to see him again. She'd felt things that she'd never felt before, her body reacting to his presence in a manner that should be abhorrent to an unmarried lady such as herself. But to be in love so soon. As they came upon the drawing room, Philip politely allowing her in first, she glanced up at him. He caught her look and smiled warmly, and Helena's heart expanded beyond her chest. A smile flitted across her face. Suddenly, the thought wasn't so shocking any longer, not in light of his presence.
I have been giving it some thought, Lady Helena,
Philip said when they took their seats again.
And I do not think our speculations will result in an answer to our question of the mystery suitor. Perhaps I should speak with Lord Brimsey once more.
Do you think that will yield any results?
She asked worriedly as she lifted the cup to her lips.
It would not hurt to try again, don't you think?
I am not so sure.
Oh?
He frowned at her.
Why do you think so?
She didn't know how to say it. She wanted to be honest with him, but Helena knew it would only hurt him knowing why her parents would be opposed to their courting in the first place, even without the suitor.
It is nothing,
she said after a moment, realizing that she had taken too long to answer.
I am merely overthinking.
You know Lord Brimsey far better than I do, Lady Helena,
Philip told her.
I am grateful for anything I might be able to say that might work in my favour.
Well?
She looked away. She couldn't look him in the eye when she said this.
I am a bit worried that my father will not be open to the idea of us courting because of your financial state.
Philip's brows lifted slightly. Then he nodded slowly, his eyes lowering. Helena's heart broke at the sight and she quickly tried to fix it.
I do not care about any of that, I hope you know,
she said quickly.
I have never really cared much about another's wealth, but my parents are quite determined to provide a life of comfort for me, and so they wish for me to marry a gentleman who will be able to provide for me in a manner befitting my status.
And I am not that gentleman.
Helena wished she could go to his side. He did not sound hurt, only like a man stating a simple fact. But it was the utter lack of emotion on his face as he said that worried her.
My lord,
Helena said, her heart ripping.
I know that as long as I am able to marry the person I love, I will be happy.
Helena stared directly into his eyes when she spoke. She wanted him to see her sincerity and fully understand the confession she had woven into her words. She didn't think she could truly confess her feelings for him right now, not when she'd only discovered it a few minutes ago. But, at the very least, she hoped she would be able to show him that she was nothing like her parents. That she only wanted the heart of whoever she would one day marry. Philip held her gaze. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. It felt as minutes had passed as they simply stared at each other in silence, before he looked away, nodding.
I understand, my lady. Then perhaps it is best that I take my leave.
Lord Havordshire, you do not need to do that,
she said, trying to keep from sounding desperate.
Do not worry, my lady,
he said as he came to a stand. Helena rose with him.
I only wish for some time to process all that has been said to me. Thank you for being honest.
He politely bowed, a small smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. When he did, he winced and Helena's eyes went wide.
My lord, are you all right? Are you injured?
No, I am quite fine, my lady,
he said, shaking his head.
Now, if you would excuse me.
He didn't give her the chance to say anything else. Helena could do nothing but curtsy in return. She watched him go, tears clogging her throat. She wanted to run after him, really drive home just how much she felt for him, and realize she wanted to fight for him. But she said nothing. Did nothing. She only watched him leave, hoping that she had not just lost the love of her life at the cost of her honesty. Chapter 13.
I decided to carry you out to Hyde Park so that you could feel a little better, but I see that my attempts have been for naught.
Helena looked up at Anna, noticing her friend's worried look. She quickly shook her head, saying,
Oh, you needn't be concerned about me, Anna. I was only thinking, that is all.
Anna let out a soft sigh. She twirled her parasol slightly in her hand as she gazed out at the vast expanse of greenery the beautiful Hyde Park boasted.
You have always been such a terrible liar,
she said. Helena nearly sighed herself. She couldn't think to convince Anna that she was fine when she could hardly convince herself. Anna had always been so adept at reading her, and since the moment she'd come by to visit her this morning, she'd noticed that something was wrong. Anna hadn't asked anything about what was bothering her. They had been sitting in the presence of Lady Brimsey, and Anna had wisely done what she could to separate her from her parents by making Helena leave the manor entirely. Helena normally enjoyed visiting Hyde Park. She'd always loved being surrounded by nature and often came with Anna, where they would choose to sit on benches much farther than everyone else. It helped in that Helena could blissfully be apart from the rest of the town that liked to mingle here, especially during the season. And, hidden away like this, no one noticed Anna, which meant they were less likely to be disturbed. Anna was not so much a fan of their usual spots as Helena was, but the moment they had arrived, she had led her straight there without a word. She knew Anna was hoping that she would take advantage of the silence surrounding them to tell her what was on her mind. But Helena didn't know where to begin.
I reckon your terrible mood might have something to do with the Baron of Havordshire. Am I wrong?
Anna probed. Helena took a deep breath. Philip had been on her mind ever since he left so suddenly 2 days ago, and she still didn't know what to make of it. She'd written him a letter, apologizing profusely for her insensitive words, but had not received a response. Helena had been waiting desperately for his letter.
I am afraid I might have made a botch of things, Anna.
Helena said sadly.
And I simply do not know what to do. Oh, come now,
Anna said tenderly.
I am certain you are only overthinking things. Why don't you tell me what has gotten you so worked up?
Helena turned to face her. She didn't know how much she should say. Anna was her closest friend and was undoubtedly the most understanding lady she knew, and the mere thought of telling her what had happened in the library made her cheeks go hot.
Helena,
came Anna's voice again, tinged with interest.
Did he?
Helena nodded slowly, a smile flitting across her face.
I can hardly believe it happened myself. He did not dishonour me in any way. Lord Havordshire has been nothing but a gentleman every time we have met with each other, but when we were in the library he was quite alluring. Is that so?
Anna tilted her head to the side, her eyes bright with excitement.
But how did it all happen?
Helena shook her head at the unspoken question.
It is not what you think. He came to call on me 2 days ago, while father and mother were away from the manor. Even so, he was every bit the gentleman. How coincidental!
Anna hummed, smiling gently.
I must say, I was not expecting your relationship with Lord Havordshire to develop so quickly. I take it you two have been exchanging frequent letters. Only a few,
Helena admitted.
I was wholly unprepared for his visit, but I cannot deny that I was overjoyed. And did he whisper sweet nothings into your ear, since Lord and Lady Brimsey were not present? Words had escaped us in those moments.
Anna giggled.
Oh, Helena, you are so naughty. I do not think I will ever be tired of your boldness.
Helena's shoulders sagged as she sighed.
I can hardly believe myself sometimes either, but that is not why I am so upset. I know, I am only trying to cheer you up a little bit, though I am afraid I have only managed to do so for myself. Forgive me. Go on and tell me what it is about his visit that has gotten you so upset.
Thinking the moment what had been shaping up to be a magical afternoon had turned so sour made her heart clench.
It was so perfect. Our conversation, the way he smiled at me, how he held me and... Held you?
Helena's eyes went wide. It had been so easy to slip into the memory, to fall all over again for those beautiful moments she'd spent with Philip in the library, that she hadn't realized that she'd said it out loud. She looked into Anna's shocked eyes.
Well, yes, we held each other. We did even more than that. Oh, goodness!
Anna quickly whisked out the fan she'd brought along with her and fanned herself, smiling broadly.
I can hardly believe my ears. It is nothing of interest, Anna.
Helena tried to say nonchalantly, but she knew it wasn't working in light of Anna's excitement.
And that is hardly the purpose of the conversation, is it? Certainly, certainly,
Anna said, conceding.
But do not think for a moment that I will forget about your slip of tongue, though I doubt you will give me any more of the details I crave.
Helena sighed.
It is impossible to keep anything from you, it seems. And you would do well to remember that. Oh, goodness!
Anna snapped her fan shut.
I think I have cooled down enough for now. You may continue.
Another time, Helena might have found Anna's dramatics to be funny, but she couldn't muster up a single smile as the weight of her thoughts settled on her shoulders. Guilt coursed through her like a roaring wind, and it was all she could do to keep from being swallowed by it. She took a deep breath, deciding it was best to simply state it plainly instead of building up to it, even as her throat grew thick.
I told Lord Havordshire a father and mother stance on my marriage to a gentleman of his status.
Anna's lips popped open in surprise. Any lingering drollery vanished as Helena's words settled into the air between them. Silence hung in the air, and Helena couldn't stop her mind from running back to that moment, repeating it over and over again. Tears pricked her eyes when she remembered the look on Philip's face, and she quickly blinked it away.
Oh my!
Anna rested her hand on Helena's arm.
I suppose it is wishful thinking to ask if he was offended. Oh, Anna, I think I might have ruined everything.
Unable to hold it back any longer, Helena let her emotions take over, her voice cracking with her worry and exasperation.
How could I have said such a thing to him? What did I think he would say to it? Did I expect him to take it in his stride and accept it as if he lacks an ego at all? Helena!
Anna gathered her into her arms. Helena knew she shouldn't do this, that expressing such despair in public was not befitting a lady, but she couldn't stop herself. Now that she was telling it all to Anna, she was finally beginning to see the true error of her actions. Anna cupped Helena's chin, lifted her face and wiped the tears that had broken free, with a gentle smile.
You have always been such an honest person that I am hardly surprised you told him the truth. It is who you are, and you should be proud of that. If Lord Havordshire cannot handle the truth, then perhaps he is not the gentleman that is meant for you.
Even though the words were clearly meant to console her, Helena's heart broke even further.
Oh, that sounds just terrible,
she sighed. Anna looked troubled by Helena's angst and held her hand tightly in hers.
Don't worry, Helena. I am certain Lord Havordshire did not take offence to those words. He left the moment I said them, Anna,
Helena said, rationally. At least, as rationally as she could with her mind running to such deprecating places.
I am certain that if you had seen him yourself, you would think the same as me. I cannot let this sit between us. Let me understand a little better,
Anna said.
Did he appear angry? He didn't appear as anything. I could not tell what he was thinking, and that frightens me even more.
Anna huffed a laugh, which surprised Helena.
I think you are only overthinking, Helena. Even if his ego had been bruised a little, I do not think it is anything you should be worried about. I would much rather you put your faith in him instead, and believe that Lord and Lady Brimsey's beliefs will not stop him from fighting for you.
That surprised Helena even more.
I did not know you were so hopelessly romantic, Anna. I am a lady with many layers,
Anna said cryptically, smiling broadly.
Do you feel better now? Not quite, though I appreciate your concern. I only wish he understood that my feelings for him matter far more than what my parents believe.
The moment the words were out her mouth, Helena flushed, realizing what she might have just confessed to Anna.
I know exactly what you mean, Helena,
Anna said with a knowing look.
If your tears were not the first indication, then what you just said was. You are in love with him. And you should not be afraid. Why, I fell in love with my husband within a few days of knowing him. You have always questioned that whenever I said it, but I am certain you can understand what I mean now, can't you?
And Anna and the Baron of Burnham were the happiest couple she knew, next to her own parents. Helena frowned.
You are right. I never truly understood the magnitude of your words until now. Believe me, Helena,
Anna said in a spirited manner that instantly lightened Helena's bad mood.
Put your trust in him and let love take care of the rest. I hope you are right,
Helena sighed. Anna only patted her on the hand.
Then we shall find out soon, shan't we?
Helena tried to adopt the same positive attitude as Anna, but it was much more difficult than she thought it would be. In other circumstances, it would be much easier for her to simply put her trust in herself and believe that everything would work out for the better, but being in love was uncharted territory. She did not even know how to navigate the feelings of her own heart, much less her overworking mind when faced with the guilt she felt. Anna is correct. I already sent a letter with my apology, and now I only need to trust and believe that Philip feels at least half of what I feel for him. If that much, then everything will work out well. And we will work through this issue about my suitor together.
Do not think I forgot about what you said before either,
Anna said, cutting in her thoughts. Helena's cheeks flushed.
Anna, please. Ah, yes, yes. I will behave for now.
Anna chuckled.
Let us return to the manor then, shall we?
Helena nodded eagerly. She did not want to linger out here any longer now that she had gotten this burden off her chest. She rose alongside Anna, walking by her side as she chose one of the main paths in the garden that led to the carriages. Suddenly, Helena got the distinct feeling she was being watched. She paused, frowning as she looked back at where they had been sitting. There was no one there, but the feeling only grew.
Helena,
Anna called, a few paces ahead.
is something the matter?
She shook her head slowly, even as a frown came over her face.
No,
she said with a hint of uncertainty.
everything appears to be fine. How odd.
Anna murmured, but she questioned her no further as they continued along. Helena tried to be rid of the nagging feeling, but it only grew more and more overwhelming as more people surrounded her. A reasonable voice in the back of her mind told her that it was not odd to feel as if she was being watched when she was in one of the hot spots of the London ton. However, she couldn't fathom why it was entirely possible that tongues might have been wagging as the ladies present gossiped about her. But Helena could not shake the feeling that that wasn't the case. The feeling felt disquieting. It was all she could do to keep herself calm as she made her way back to the carriage. Once she was safely inside, the feeling disappeared.
You look as pale as a ghost, Helena,
Anna commented.
Are you certain you're all right?
Helena looked out the window, seeing nothing.
I am sure it was just my imagination,
she said, but she knew she didn't convince Anna any more than she had convinced herself. Chapter 14. Helena told me the truth, and so I need to be truthful as well. Philip had been searching the ballroom since the moment he arrived, and he would not stop until he found the person he was looking for. He was already anticipating her arrival, her brilliant beauty that would shine the glimmer of Lady Filda's silverware. She was wearing a lovely hue that would put all the others in the broad ballroom to shame. He could picture the curls of her brown hair pinned atop her head, tendrils falling down around her heart-shaped face while she captured the attention of every gentleman in attendance. Philip was on the lookout because he wanted to be the first to ask for Helena's hand in a dance. It had been quite some time since he'd last been this eager to attend a ball. When he'd attended Lady Hookley's, he'd only done so to relax, hoping that a night away from his cottage would put his mind at ease before he undertook the draining task of caring for his mother once more. And in the past, before he'd ever sworn off marriage, Philip had still been open to finding the woman he believed was meant to be his mate. It felt odd, this excitement. He felt as if he was attending his first season again, with fresh-faced enthusiasm for what was to come. Only now, he was very much aware of what people thought when they looked at him, that he was a mere baron with little wealth and who lived a simple life dedicated to taking care of his mother. It was what the lady he had last courted thought. It was what Lord and Lady Brimsey thought. And he would not be surprised if that was what Helena thought as well.
You really are a sorry sight, Philip.
Philip glanced to his left to see Edwin coming to stand next to him, followed by John, who came around to Philip's right. Philip returned his attention to the entrance of the ballroom.
I reckon he is looking for someone,
John pointed out, mirth stuck in his voice.
Is he now?
Edwin asked curiously.
Has something happened that I'm not privy to? Oh, it is nothing serious,
John said.
unless you think Philip finally tossing aside his eternal bachelorhood something serious.
You are exaggerating things.
Philip cut in, never breaking his gaze. John chuckled.
Yes, and this is coming from a man who has been staring at the ballroom's entrance since he's arrived, waiting the arrival of his new lady. Is that so?
Edwin's voice was highly inquiring, though Philip couldn't blame him. Philip was not a very open man, and to hear that he was interested in someone must have definitely taken him by surprise.
This lady must be quite interesting if she has managed to pull you out of your shell. She must be.
John jumped in.
Our dear Philip seems finally to be understanding the meaning of love now that she has come to the fore.
John, I think you have a dance with your wife.
Philip said curtly.
And Edwin, do you not have a lady you are betrothed to? I am certain she would enjoy your attention. Why don't you go to her rather than stand around talking about me?
John merely tipped his head back and laughed heartily at Philip's words.
I think we might have poked the bear, Edwin,
he said.
It would appear so.
Edwin murmured, rather thoughtfully.
Though that only makes me even more intrigued. It wouldn't happen to be Lady Helena of Brimsey, would it?
Philip whirled to him, frowning.
How do you know that?
Edwin's lips tilted up in a smile. Philip frowned. He couldn't tell if the smile reached his eyes or not.
It is not that difficult to realize when Lady Helena was the only lady you danced with at Lady Hookley's ball. I only made an educated guess.
I did not expect you to be watching me so closely,
Philip murmured, frowning.
Watching you?
Edwin huffed a laugh, rolling his eyes.
Are you trying to insinuate that I am disturbing? When you showed no interest in dancing with anyone, how could it not have caught my attention?
I agree with Edwin,
John said with a decisive nod.
Had I not been so busy, I am certain that I too would have noticed.
Philip only grunted, turning his attention back to the ballroom entrance. I hope Lady Helena did not enter while I was distracted. There is so much I wished to say to her, and I do not want to waste a single moment. Edwin spoke again.
I suppose you are not aware that I had the pleasure of sharing a dance with Lady Helena as well, then?
Once again, Philip was distracted, confusion mounting in him as he looked at Edwin again.
Truly?
A mere coincidence, I assure you,
Edwin said off-handedly.
What did you two speak about?
Nothing of particular interest.
Edwin's cryptic response only heightened Philip's curiosity, and he turned to face him fully.
Is it so confidential that I cannot know about it?
Rather, it is of no interest that I hardly even remember.
But Edwin was being a little too standoffish for Philip's liking. It felt wrong, somehow. As usual, however, John changed the conversation away from any tense topics that might spark an argument between them.
How is your leg, Philip? I take it the wound has not been infected. Wound?
Edwin asked, frowning slightly.
Philip was shot while hunting a few days ago.
John explained. Edwin's lips twitched.
You must have been distracted, Philip. Did you not realize your gun was pointed downward when you pulled the trigger?
I have no patience for your slimy jokes today, Edwin. I did not shoot myself. I was shot by someone else, and I have reason to believe that it was intentional.
For what reason would anyone want to shoot you?
I am not sure yet, but I intend to find out,
Philip stated plainly. Edwin waved his hand dismissively.
You are thinking too much about it. I do not doubt it was only an accident. Did you see who might have done it?
Philip shook his head.
"I did not get the chance. My horse did not expect the sound of the gunshot any more than I did, and he took off into the woods."
Perhaps if that had not happened, the person who shot you might have had the chance to apologise, or perhaps he had been so horrified by his actions that he hadn't stayed.
He'd considered that thought many times, wanting to believe it himself. Philip would prefer the idea that he had been shot by accident rather than the notion that he might have been purposely targeted. But that nagging feeling in the back of his head told him that he should watch his back from now on. Philip didn't want to talk about this, however. He had come to the ball for one purpose, only because he knew that Lady Helena would be in attendance. It had been 3 days since he'd last seen her, since he'd left her in a state of worry and confusion. Those 3 days had been filled with conflicting emotions, with one part of him telling him to leave her be, that she was not worth the trouble, and the other wanting only to fight. And as the days wore on, Philip began to realize one thing. He couldn't be without her. The very reason he'd denounced marriage, why he'd resigned himself to bachelorhood for the rest of his life, was because of the same things Helena had told him about her parents. To be judged by his financial status was a burden Philip never wanted to carry around. It was a sure indication, if anything, that Lady Helena should be left alone. But the mere thought of doing that ripped him to shreds. Philip didn't want to leave her alone. He wanted to be by her side, to hold her and kiss her and have her moan against his lips for the rest of his life. He wanted to marry her. Because he loved her. I will not let her slip away. Lady Helena entered the ballroom at that moment. Just as he expected, her very presence brought the room to life, filling the shadowed corners with her brilliance. But he had not expected her to steal his breath away like this. Vaguely, Philip was aware that Edwin and John were talking to each other. He walked away from them without a word, heading straight toward Helena as she came to stop by the refreshments table, Lady Burnham by her side. Lady Burnham noticed his approach first and she smiled broadly.
"Lord Havordshire,"
she greeted, curtsying.
"what a pleasure to see you again."
"As it is to see you, my lady,"
Philip said politely, but his attention was focused solely on Helena. She whirled to face him, her eyes as wide as saucers. He heard a little gasp before she said,
"Lord Havordshire, I did not know you would be attending this evening's ball."
"It was a decision made at the very last moment,"
Philip told her.
"One that rested solely on my wish to share a dance with you."
She blinked twice at him, as if she couldn't believe his words. The sight was rather amusing, but Philip didn't laugh. He extended his hand to her, smiling invitingly.
"May I have this dance, my lady?"
Of course,"
she murmured. She still seemed to be taken by her shock, judging by her leaden feet as he led her out amongst the other dancers. Philip felt a surge of relief when he finally pulled her into his arms. He'd been fraught with worry, he realized when it dawned on him that his quick departure from her home might have settled wrongly with her. He hoped she was not upset with him.
"Philip, I do not know what to think. After you departed, I thought you wanted nothing more to do with me."
"It is my own fault that you would think so, Helena,"
she murmured. Philip said with a soft sigh. It almost felt as if they were off in their own little world, where nothing and no one else mattered. All that concerned him was making his feelings for her known.
"Are you truly not upset, then?"
She pulled away slightly to gaze up at him. The glimmer of distress in her hazel eyes tugged painfully at his heart.
"I would understand if you were. After all, my words were utterly insensitive, and I should never have said it in the first place."
"On the contrary, Helena, those were the words that I needed to hear."
She blinked again, her bewilderment apparent.
"Pardon me?"
Philip smiled.
"I have always entertained the idea of living alone with my mother forever. I did not want to be married, for the very same reason you have said Lord and Lady Brimsey do not want you to be married to me. I did not like being judged by my financial state, and preferred to stay away from London society for that very same reason."
Oh,
She lowered her head. Philip forged on.
"But all that flew away the moment I laid my eyes on you, and some part of me knew then and there that you would change my life forever. As I pursued you, I didn't think about my beliefs. I only knew that I wanted to be with you, that I needed to have you in my life."
Helena gazed back up at him. Her eyes were soft, with both hope and fear.
I hope my words haven't turned you away from marriage again.
On the contrary, it only made me see how willing I am to toss that life aside for the right lady. I wish to fight for you, Helena, against your mystery suitor and against your parents' opinion on what sort of gentleman you should marry."
The fear cleared and Helena gave him the most dazzling smile he'd ever witnessed. At that moment, there was no darkness in the world, on the luminous beauty that she exuded.
You don't know how happy I am to hear that.
She breathed as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders.
"I think it's not that difficult to tell."
Philip chuckled.
"But there is more that I wish to say to you."
There is?
"Yes, but our dance is drawing to an end. Will you meet with me in the gardens?"
She nodded her head without a moment of hesitation.
Yes, Philip, of course I will.
He smiled at her enthusiasm. As they pulled away, he whispered in her ear,
"I will be waiting for you."
Helena shivered. She looked back up at him, her eyes clouded with desire, and she held onto his hand as he led her back to her chaperone. Helena didn't smile, but she didn't look away. She seemed to be captured by something all-consuming, much like the need coursing through Philip right this moment. He did the polite thing, bowing and bidding his goodbye. But his mind lingered on the rush of heat that went to her cheeks at his whisper and the way she seemed to hold a promise in her eyes even as she stood by Lady Burnham's side. He had more he wanted to say to her, but much more he wanted to do. Chapter 15. Sneaking away from the ballroom was not difficult in the slightest. Because even though Anna was the most observant lady she knew, she was far too interested in entertaining Helena's romance to be overly strict. Helena slipped away from her with the excuse that she needed a breath of fresh air, and Anna, though she was busy talking to Lady Valerie, watched her go with a knowing eye. Helena didn't focus too long in. She was already thrumming with excitement. When Philip had walked away after their dance, she'd waited for a few minutes before she feigned sudden fatigue and came out into the gardens. Her eyes swept her surroundings, seeing well enough under the moonlight, as she ventured down a gravel path, hoping to see Philip. He was already seated on a bench. When her eyes landed on him, Helena's heart thudded and she couldn't keep herself from smiling. Stone crunched under the weight of her body as she neared him, and he looked up in anticipation.
"I half feared you might have thought against meeting with me,"
he said as he got to his feet.
Why would I do such a thing when I'd already promised we would meet in secret when you visited me a few days ago? Did you already forget?
"Forget? Rather, I could not get the very thought out of my head."
He held his hand out to her and Helena accepted it with a heady giggle.
"Would you like to go for a stroll with me, Helena?"
Nothing would make me happier.
It was certainly true. Nothing at this moment would make her happier than to walk alongside her love, basking under the glow of the stars and the warmth of the moonlight. She laced her fingers with him, not caring who might happen upon them and see. Helena only wanted to be close to him. Perhaps it was the smell of the roses as they passed between the hedges. Or rather, the romantic night air which had already cast her under its spell. But Helena could not help herself when she said,
Being out here with you feels almost like a dream. I never thought I would be here.
"Neither did I,"
Philip told her.
"I never fancied myself the romantic sort."
Is that so? After all the lovely things you said to me in the ballroom, I never would have guessed.
He chuckled.
I have always been much too austere and sombre. Romance is an unusual concept for me, and in addition my friends Lord Hookley and Lord Solsthorpe are the only ones I have ever been able to relax around.
I must consider myself lucky, then, to have allowed you to discover a playful and teasing side to you as well. That seems to be the only one that is present when you are with me.
And I thank you for it.
Philip said with a smile.
Teasing you has quickly become one of my biggest pleasures.
Helena sighed.
Well, you would not be the first to say that. Lady Burnham seems to want to make a living out of it.
It is because you are so kind-hearted, Helena,
Philip told her. He placed his hand on her upper arm and Helena felt her body go up in flames. She was struggling to think past the feel of his fingers on her bare arm, trying to focus on their conversation.
Are you telling me that I should not be, then?
On the contrary, I am saying you should embrace it.
She focused her attention ahead, putting one foot in front of the other to keep her mind off her rising desire. It was fast resembling the yearning she'd felt for Philip in the library, something that had threatened to take control of her every sense.
You are too kind, Philip.
It is your influence,
he told her with a broad grin. Helena couldn't keep from smiling in return. He certainly had a way of calming her down and riling her up at the same time. She felt at ease in his presence, willing to relax in his arms and let him take her anywhere he wished. And, at the same time, Helena wanted to throw her arms around him and press her lips to his in the same manner she'd been dreaming of these past few days. She shook her head, trying to rid her mind of the tempting thought.
You mentioned that there was more you wished to say to me?
Yes, there is.
He tightened his grip on her hand, coming to a stop. Helena watched as his eyes roved the garden around them. He pointed to a gazebo close by.
Let us go over there.
Here?
Helena asked incredulously when they arrived. She felt a twinge of disappointment. The gazebo was open enough that anyone taking the same path they had would see them as clear as day.
No.
Philip said, tugging on her hand.
Here.
He pulled her behind the gazebo. They were hidden by the latticework making up the back wall of the gazebo. Trellis was interwoven around the pattern, filling the holes that might have revealed them if the shadow cast by the gazebo had not done its job. Helena's heart pounded the moment they were behind it. She pressed her back against the latticework, gazing up at Philip, anticipating his next move. She licked her lips, her mouth going dry, her mind very much aware that they could do anything out here, without being caught. The possibilities that brought made her hot.
Helena,
Philip said, standing closer to her. He briefly let go of her hand, only to interlace his fingers with hers as he brought her hand to place over his heart.
I do not think I can let this night pass without telling you these words. You already know that I will fight for you, that I will do whatever I can, so that we may be together. You already know that I have become a new man, changed by the feelings I have for you, feelings that are growing every second of every day.
She could hardly breathe, could hardly think. He leaned closer until his breath brushed her ear.
You are my everything, Helena. I love you with all my heart.
Then, she felt his lips on her neck. She closed her eyes, letting out a soft breath.
I love you.
He said again, kissing her on the base of her neck.
And I wish to marry you.
He kissed her higher, was steadily trailing upwards.
Once I have successfully convinced your father, I want you to be my wife.
Philip!
She could no longer keep her hands to herself. She ran them up his chest, craning her neck to reveal more skin for him to kiss, to give him more space to make his way upward. When he reached her jawline, she felt the warm wetness of his tongue and she trembled as he trailed it up to her ear. She gripped his shirt, nearly undoing his cravat in the process, but he didn't seem to care. He had a hand on her shoulder, keeping her still as he finally captured her lips. Helena had dreamed about this, but reality had proven to be much more magnificent. She was no stranger to this feeling, and yet it took her by surprise as he pushed his tongue past her lips and they began to battle for control. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers threading through his hair. He moved into the kiss, moaning a little against her lips before he pulled away. Philip tucked a stray curl behind her ear, smiling.
I do not want to make you too dishevelled before we go back to the ball.
That would be quite the sight, wouldn't it?
She laughed. She was content to simply stand in his arms, feeling his breath on her cheek.
To see my hair hanging lopsided, and my cheeks as red as apples?
That would cause quite the scandal, I suppose.
It certainly would.
He with a laugh. Helena's smile slipped away as the reality of their situation descended on her again. It saddened her that she would not be able to stand with him like this in the open, as man and wife.
What is it?
He asked.
I am only thinking of my suitor. I wish he would reveal himself. I am hoping to be able to find something wrong with him, so that I may tell father how terrible a match he is.
Is Lord Brimsey likely to listen?
Helena didn't know. Her father had a soft spot for her and she knew just how to make it even softer. But he was also very stubborn when he needed to be. It was worth taking a chance.
I hope so,
she said softly.
I think he cares more about my happiness than he does wealth, but the issue lies in the fact that he believes making sure I have such wealth is the key to making me happy.
Philip sighed, resting his forehead on hers.
I wish, for once, that I was not a mere baron, that I was able to give you all that you deserve.
I only wish to be with the man I love, Philip. For that alone I am happy.
She embraced him, burying her face into his neck. It would have certainly made life much easier for them had he been able to do for her what her mystery suitor could no doubt do, but Helena didn't care about that. As long as she had him, she would be fine.
We should step out from the shadows now,
he said in a tone that made it clear that was the last thing he wanted to do. Helena huffed a laugh, nodding her head. He flashed her a smile, grabbed her face in his hands and pressed a quick kiss on her forehead before he stepped back and went around to the front of the gazebo. The man who was calling his name was upon them now and he stopped short a few seconds after Philip went around.
My lord,
said the man, sounding hurried and apologetic. Helena surmised that it was a servant.
Lord Hookley has asked for your presence. He says it is urgent.
Has he told you what this is referring to?
No, my lord.
Philip asked, but Helena could already hear his hurried footsteps. Philip did not reply and, soon enough, there was utter silence. Helena waited a few extra beats, wanting to be certain that she was alone before she came out from her hiding spot. Once those moments passed, she released her sigh of relief and turned to leave. She came to a stop, heart in her throat when she noticed someone blocking her path.
Now, I wonder what has brought you all the way out here,
said Lord Salsthorpe. Chapter 16. Helena took 2 steps back, her heart pounding in fright at his sudden appearance. Within the shadows, she could see little past the white of his eyes and the eerie smile he wore as he stood there, watching her.
Lord Salsthorpe?
She breathed.
How did you find me here?
Are you fond of hiding away like this, Lady Helena?
He asked, tilting her head to the side.
Or is this because you were meeting with someone in secret?
He seemed different. Notwithstanding the mere fact that he'd cornered her so suddenly like this, he held none of the friendly atmosphere he had when they danced at Lady Hookley's ball. Now, he felt like a predator who was certain he had his prey in the palm of his hand. It only filled her mouth with the sharp tang of fear. Helena swallowed, stiffening her shoulders to assert a calmness that she did not have.
Why are you here, my lord?
You have not answered my questions.
Because I do not see any reason to tell you why I am out here, nor do I think your reason should be any of my business either. I think it would be best for us to go our separate ways. Do you not think so?
I don't,
he said with a simple shake of his head that made her heart thud painfully in her chest. She knew it would not be so easy, but the dash of hope hurt all the same. Lord Salsthorpe took a step closer to her, his smile turning into a sneer.
After all, I already know the reason you were out here. You met with Lord Havordshire.
Helena gasped.
Did you follow us?
I most certainly did. I could not risk someone as lovely as yourself being taken advantage of because of your innocence and gullibility, could I?
Lord Havordshire has done nothing ill toward me, and he has been a perfect gentleman this entire time.
Lord Salsthorpe visibly winced.
You have quite a sharp tongue, Lady Helena. I did not notice that before, although I must say I like it. No wonder Lord Havordshire has taken such a liking to you.
Helena lifted her chin.
My lord, if you will not express to me why you have come to me in such an improper manner, then allow me to leave.
No, no,
he said with a shake of his head.
You cannot leave until you understand something very crucial. Lord Havordshire is not the right gentleman for you.
Oh?
Yes, you see, he is a mere baron. Surely you are aware of that. I know you have a kind and understanding heart, and you view everyone to be the same, but you should think of your future first, Lady Helena. What sort of life would you be living if you married someone such as him?
She swallowed, trying to maintain her composure. She did not like where this was going, but she asked,
And what would you suggest then?
Now that's simple. A gentleman with wealth and prestige, like me. Someone who will be able to give you a station in life that is befitting your beauty and your grace. You are the daughter of an earl, Lady Helena. I pray you will not stoop to the level of a baron.
Is he not your friend, Lord Thistleton?
And I am nothing if not an honest friend.
He waved his hand dismissively.
Lord Havordshire has lived a very fulfilling life as a bachelor up to now, and I think it might be best for him if it stays that way.
How caring of you to worry for your friend like that,
she said slowly, carefully choosing her words.
And for me, I will make sure to take your words into consideration. Now, if you would excuse me.
She stepped around him, desperate to get away. She made it to the side of the gazebo, just under a shower of moonlight when he grasped her by the arm and whirled her around.
I am not finished,
he murmured in a very sinister tone. Fear washed over her.
My lord?
She kept herself still, afraid of what he was capable of.
Is there something else you would like to say?
I know the perfect gentleman for you, Lady Helena. He will be able to give you your every desire, and will dote on you until his last breath.
She didn't want to ask, didn't want to know the truth staring her in the face, but she said nonetheless.
Is that man yourself?
His lips stretched apart into something that should have been a smile.
I would be able to care well for you, Lady Helena. Unlike Lord Havordshire, you will never lack for anything if you are married to me.
Are you the suitor who wishes to pay for my hand in marriage?
This time, he did smile at her, like an excited child.
I had hoped to reveal it in a more extravagant manner, my lady, but I am afraid I cannot withhold the truth any longer. Yes, I am the one who approached Lord Brimsey regarding your hand in marriage. As such, it pains my heart to see you run off with another gentleman, when it is you and I who should be together.
We do not love each other, Lord Salsthorpe,
she said in as calm a manner as she could muster.
I hardly know you. My heart belongs to Lord Havordshire, and so, I am afraid, you and I cannot be together.
Anger darkened his features and Helena instantly regretted her words.
Nonsense!
He hissed.
You are betrothed to me. You are mine.
Lord Salthorpe!
She didn't get the chance to finish. Lord Salthorpe grabbed her by her upper arms and pressed her against his chest. Her gasp of alarm was cut short when he slammed his lips down onto hers. She instantly fought against him, but his hold was as strong as his kiss was painful. Lord Salthorpe forced his tongue past her tight lips, invading her mouth without warning. Bile rose in her throat at the violation, but no matter how hard she fought, she could not get him off her. She tried to cry out, even though her mouth was locked against his and could only manage muffled squeals tempered by the force of his assault. What happened next moved so quickly that Helena hardly had any time to process it. Lord Salthorpe was thrust away from her with such force that she nearly fell back from the sudden movement. She watched, stunned, as Philip swept into the scene, holding Lord Salthorpe by his collar, and slammed his fist into his jaw. Chapter 17. Edwin crashed to the ground. Helena gasped. The world seemed to spin around him, growing hazy and red through Philip's anger. The rage consuming him was unlike anything he'd ever felt before, threatening to eat him alive. As he stared down at Edwin's, who was holding his jaw in shock and disbelief, he wanted nothing more than to teach him a proper lesson. But when he took a step forward, raising his fists, Helena cried out to him.
Philip, no! Please don't hurt him any more than you have.
It made him pause, heaving from the force of his fury. Edwin scrambled to his feet, and even as Philip watched his upper hand slip out of his grasp, he wanted to disregard Helena's words and punch him again. At least one more time. But it would not be enough for a cretin like him.
How dare you!
Edwin roared. The force of his shout echoed in the air above them and, in the corner of his eye, Philip saw Helena flinch. He wished he could use that as an excuse to bruise his other jaw. But he lowered his hands, taking a deep breath, which did nothing to calm him.
If you lay a hand on her ever again, I will not stop at one punch,
Philip told him. Despite the fact that his tone was low, it had enough strength behind it for Edwin to recoil a bit.
You do not have the right to lay your hands on me,
Edwin hissed.
You were the one who had tried to dishonour her by—
Say another word and I promise you will regret it.
You do not scare me, Philip.
Edwin snarled.
You never have. You have always growled at me as if I should fall in line the moment you speak, and it is as if you forget that you are nothing but a baron. Your word does nothing. You have no power over me, or anyone else for that matter, and you most certainly do not have the power to have Lady Helena.
So you think that gives you the right to kiss her in such an abhorrent manner?
Philip asked incredulously. He had been trying to keep his voice down, but the utter nonsense Edwin was spewing was enough to drive that notion out his head.
You believe that because you have a little more prestige, that gives you all the right to take advantage of her in that way? Are you asking to be punched again?
Philip!
Helena's voice was cut short when Edwin barked, his face turning red with anger.
Do not lecture me as if you are any better than I am. You are no better than me when I have the exact thing that you want.
If you would only stop showing how afraid you are of being seen as inferior, then perhaps I would have no reason to look down on you. You have really shown your true colours, Edwin. I always knew you were disgraceful, but I never imagined you could be this vile.
Vile?
Edwin huffed a laugh. Philip scowled, watching how he paced around like a madman.
I am the vile one. I am not the one frolicking around with another's betrothed.
Philip went rigid. He was the only thing he could see right now, as a matter of fact. He didn't look at the people gathering, nor did he listen to the murmurs circling around him. Philip could only hear Edwin's last words, echoing in his head. Edwin noticed his palpable shock and sneered derisively.
Yes, you finally understand. Lady Helena is my betrothed. I am the one who asked to pay for her hand in marriage, and here you are bringing her around dark corners as if she were your own. Why, I would not be surprised if you hadn't already taken her virtue.
Philip lunged after him. He didn't think. Perhaps he should have. Perhaps he should have taken stock of the crowd they were drawing with their shouting, and the fretful lady he was trying to protect. Even as he went after Edwin, Philip knew it was a terrible idea. But that didn't stop him. Once Edwin's words settled, a collective gasp rising up around them, all thoughts flew from his mind and he gave in to the gargantuan rage that consumed him. Philip threw another punch, which hit Edwin squarely in the jaw. Edwin stumbled at that, but he righted himself quickly. Quickly enough, in fact, to swing at Philip, who barely dodged it.
"Stop this!"
They both came to a halt. Helena's voice rang through the air, sharp as a whip. Philip was heaving, unreleased anger bubbling at the surface, but because of Helena's cry, he didn't move. He only glared at Edwin, who, panting as he was, glared right back. She rushed up to them, but then Lady Burnham came to her side, putting a hand on her shoulder. Philip didn't need to look at her to see the fear in her face. He could hear it well enough in her voice. Guilt riddled him, poking holes in his fury. He took a deep breath and pulled his shoulders back, regarding Edwin steadily.
I think there is another way we will be able to handle this,
he stated in as calm a manner as he could. Edwin visibly brought himself back together, but his eyes were still wide and wild. His fists clenched at his side, his body tensed as if he was waiting for Philip to strike again. Every time the memory of Edwin forcing himself upon Helena flashed through his mind, Philip was very tempted.
What do you mean?
Edwin asked after a moment.
A duel at dawn on the morrow.
Another round of gasps went up around them, even more prominent from both Helena and Lady Burnham's. In the corner of his eye, he saw Lady Burnham wrap her around Helena, but he kept his attention on Edwin, gauging his attention. He knew Edwin well. His friend, no, this man he thought was his friend, was as competitive as they came. Philip had always wondered if it was born of deep-seated insecurity that he'd never mentioned before. Now, he was certain that was the cause. Edwin would not back down to the challenge issued. With his pride being watched by so many eyes, Philip was certain he would carry this to the very end. Helena was the thing he wanted. Helena was the reason Edwin envied him. Philip thought he might have been able to forgive Edwin's interest in her, had he been wholly unaware of the feelings between them. But the opposite was clear. His vindictive attitude, outrageously dishonorable behavior toward Helena, and his greedy satisfaction in betraying Philip like this were all reasons they should settle this like men. When Edwin lifted his chin, as if he was trying to look down, his nose at Philip, Philip knew what he would say.
Very well, then. If you wish to be dishonoured so publicly, then so be it.
Philip brushed off the taunt.
Putney Heath,
he stated, naming where they would have their duel. It was remote enough to keep them out of the eyes of the law.
I suggest that you brush up on your aiming, Lord Sulthrop, otherwise this will all end very badly for you.
Edwin curled his upper lip in displeasure but said nothing more. He seemed to gather all the dignity he had left, despite his steadily bruising jaw, and took his leave. Philip watched him go, his departing figure carving a path through the lords and ladies watching nearby. They were all talking about him, whispering and gossiping as clear as day, and he could nearly feel the sizzle of excitement now that they all had a riveting duel to look forward to. Philip ignored them all. There was only one person he cared about right now. Helena was distraught. When he looked at her, he saw so many emotions on her face, fear, indignation, and such acute horror that he nearly apologized right then and there. Her eyes were round, her mouth opening and closing as if she was trying to search for the right things to say. But there was nothing she could say. Not here, in front of so many people. That would only stir the rumors even further and paint her in a terrible light. Philip held her eyes, hoping that he would be able to say what his mouth couldn't. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did he do something to you?" Right now, all Philip could feel was worry. Helena shook her head slightly, worry bleeding through her eyes. Lady Burnham held her by her shoulders, gently steering her away. People were beginning to depart, and so should they, if they hoped to keep what semblance of gentility they had left. But Philip couldn't move. He only watched her go. Helena looked over her shoulder at him. As she stepped into the shadow, back onto the path leading toward the ballroom, he could no longer read her eyes. But he knew she was concerned for him. He knew that a duel, where his life would be at great risk, was the last thing she wanted to happen. But Philip could not take back the challenge. For Helena's sake, for the sake of their future, he had to follow through. Once they were all gone, Philip made his way to the gazebo and sat, releasing a slow breath. John was the only one who stayed behind, and he came to join him on the bench, making nothing but a heavy sigh. They only sat there in silence, letting the weight of the situation regarding Edwin settle. Philip's anger rushed out of him, leaving the throbbing hurt from Edwin's words. Their differences aside, he'd thought of Edwin as his friend. And to watch the satisfaction on his face when he threw those words at him was something Philip wasn't sure he could forgive. "I pray that everything ends well. If it does, Helena and I will truly be happy." Chapter 18. It had begun such a terrible day. Helena had been fraught with worry, thinking she may have ruined a love that would change her forever because of her insensitive words to Philip before he left that day. The day had dissolved into night, one that had been filled with a starry, romantic night and a romantic getaway into the gardens after a beautiful confession. And then, just as fast, it turned bad. Helena couldn't stop thinking about it, how easily a beautiful moment with Philip had turned to something so crude and intense. Anna's hand rested on hers, drawing her from her thoughts. She held up a glass of sherry, turning Helena's hand over and putting it in her palm.
"You should drink this. Perhaps it will calm you,"
she ordered lightly.
"Nothing will calm me,"
Helena murmured, but then she took a sip. She hardly tasted it. They were in the drawing room of Helena's home, with nothing but the crackle of the fire reverberating throughout the room. Anna had suggested that they depart from the ball as soon as they left the gardens, and Helena had quickly agreed. She didn't want to stay there any longer, not to endure the whispers that would be made of her for the rest of the night.
"Oh, Anna, I do not know what to do."
Helena sighed. She set the sherry down on an end table, wandering away from the fire.
"I simply cannot let the duel happen, but no matter how hard I think, I cannot think of a way to stop it." "Because there is no way,"
Anna said softly. She chose to sit in the armchair closest to the fire, sipping on her own glass of sherry. They were alone, Helena's parents already asleep.
"There has to be, Anna,"
Helena insisted. Since the moment they left the ball, Helena had been racking her brain for some way to put a stop to the madness. The very last thing she wanted was for Philip to harm himself during a duel. She didn't want anyone harming themselves over her.
"Helena, do not underestimate these things,"
Anna said softly.
"A gentleman's duel is as old as time. Neither of them will step back from the challenge because it would do nothing but hurt their pride and reputation. And heaven forbids that ever happens."
She continued to pace, apprehension coursing through every vein in her body. Helena was trying to keep a leveled head, but imagining Philip getting shot was more than she could handle. Anna sighed softly.
Helena, please calm down. How can I, Anna? I doubt I will be able to sleep tonight at all. I will be up all night thinking of how Lord Havordshire is putting himself in harm's way for me. Perhaps it is not all for you,
Anna said.
Lord Salsthorpe and Lord Havordshire are friends. I believe this might be a way for them to hash things out with each other. If it is, then it is incredibly foolish.
Tired, Helena sank into a chair, sighing.
Do you think I should have accepted Lord Salsthorpe's proposal? You were not even aware that he was the one who had issued it. Yes, but had I turned Philip away and accepted my fate, then none of this would have happened.
Helena said.
And risk living an unhappy marriage? I do not want that for you, Helena, and I know you do not want that for yourself. Many ladies have lived their lives well in a marriage of convenience. I'm certain I could do the same.
Even as she said the words, it felt flat and unbelievable. Helena sighed.
There is no use lamenting on that now, anyhow. The duel will happen, and Lord Haverdshire's life may very well be in danger.
Anna sighed. She reached over, putting a comforting hand on Helena's knee.
I understand why you worry for him. Heaven knows if Lord Burnham were to find himself in a duel, I would not be able to think straight, let alone come up with solutions to stop him. But I am sure you know there is nothing we can do but pray.
Pray. Yes, she is right. Pray that Philip comes to no harm. Pray that I do not have to marry such a loathsome man like Lord Salsthorpe. Pray that my future will be filled with love and happiness with the man I care so deeply for. Helena stared into the fire. If she didn't stop herself, her mind would begin to wander back to that moment when she thought something terrible would happen to her at the hands of Lord Salsthorpe. When he'd forced himself upon her, her mind had gone blank. She'd only been painfully aware that they were alone, that no one was around to save her from his actions. And then, Philip had swooped as if she'd called out for him. Among the dread that descended on her when they began to argue, she'd felt relief. Pride. The way he protected her. It was like nothing she'd ever seen. A small part of her wanted to see more of it, wanted to feel safe again, knowing she had someone who would never see her come to any harm. It only solidified her love for him, only wished she was not shackled to the despicable Lord Salsthorpe. But if accepting him as her husband was the way to protect Philip, then Helena would do it.
Helena?
Came Anna's soft voice.
You are conflicted, I understand, and I also understand that you will not be able to sleep tonight. Perhaps I could keep you company.
Helena's eyes widened at her friend.
Oh, Anna, you're wonderful, but I couldn't ask that of you. Please, go home to your husband. You have done enough to comfort me. I do not think there is anything else that can be said to make me feel any more at ease.
Anna frowned.
Are you certain? Yes, of course. Please, I think I would like to be alone for tonight nonetheless.
Helena rose when Anna did, taking her by the hand and mustering up the best smile she could.
If you are certain you will be all right, then...
Anna smiled.
I will be by your side at dawn tomorrow. Don't you worry. I know, I won't.
Anna took her leave reluctantly, casting worried glances at Helena as she inched her way to the door. Helena tried to pretend she was fine, or as fine as she could possibly be knowing what would happen at dawn, but she didn't think it fooled Anna at all. If anything, Anna seemed even more worried and offered a few more times to stay with her. Helena couldn't allow it. She loved Anna, and she appreciated the thought, but she needed to be alone. Even though there were certain things about tonight she'd rather forget, Helena wanted to be with her thoughts. She didn't want the duel to happen. And if she could think of a way to stop it, she would. Helena made her way back to the library, hoping the crackle of the fire would calm her riotous thoughts. She truly did not think she would be able to sleep tonight, and since dawn was just a few hours away, she didn't care to. She had little time to devise a plan. She was so lost in thought that she didn't know someone else had entered the room until they came to sit in the chair Anna had vacated.
Helena,
Came Lady Brimsey's worried voice.
how odd that you are here. Are you having nightmares?
Mother,
Helena gasped.
you frightened me. When did you come in?
Only a moment ago. I was having trouble sleeping, so I decided to go for a short walk. I didn't expect to find you here.
Yes, well...
Helena didn't know what to say. To tell her one thing would mean she would have to tell it all. And as much as she loved her mother, Helena wasn't certain she would take it well. But Lady Brimsey was far too observant for that.
Helena, is something the matter? You do not look well.
How are you able to tell with only the light from the fire?
Helena asked, hoping to thwart this conversation as much as she could.
It is not that difficult since I know you,
Lady Brimsey said, smiling in her voice.
You always become so pondering whenever something bothers you. Come, tell me what it is. Does it have anything to do with the season?
Yes.
Helena answered, then shook her head.
Well, no. It is quite complicated, and I do not know how to begin. I do not think you will be pleased with me.
Is that so? Well, certainly you know you have no choice but to tell me now. You have made me too curious. What is this all about?
Helena faced her mother and her mother faced her. She felt nervous, but she'd always been able to unload her worries onto her mother, and she hoped it would help her just as much now.
I have fallen for Lord Havordshire, Mother.
Helena began.
I know you and Father do not approve of him, but I cannot help who I love.
I see.
Lady Brimsey nodded her understanding, her eyes trailing away. Helena studied her face but could not understand her reaction. Is she angry? Is she disappointed?
Is that why you have been gazing into the fire like this?
Not entirely.
Helena told her.
I have learned who the person who paid for my hand in marriage is.
Have you?
Lord Salthrop.
Helena said.
How did you find out?
Lady Brimsey asked. Helena hesitated. It was too difficult to say, to admit to her mother that, while in the gardens, he had revealed it to her, then tried to force himself on her. Mortification came over her as she murmured,
He almost took advantage of me.
Lady Brimsey gasped loudly, her hand shooting out to grab Helena's arm tightly.
How dare he?
But he didn't get the chance to do anything,
Helena said quickly, but the horror and anger in her mother's eyes didn't dim.
Lord Havordshire came to my rescue before Lord Salthrop had the chance to do anything too untoward, and because of that Lord Havordshire issued a duel.
Lady Brimsey blinked in surprise, the anger released from her shoulders. Her eyes wandered to the fire.
Oh, have they?
Helena nodded.
You make it sound as if they have decided to move to another country, Mother. Are you not surprised?
I am certainly surprised.
But she was also calm, Helena realized. She was thinking. At that moment, Helena would give anything to know what was going through her mother's head.
In fact, I am so surprised that I can hardly think of a single thing to say except...
Lady Brimsey grasped Helena's hand, her eyes soft.
You are a wonderful, caring lady. You have the ability to capture anyone's heart, so it hardly comes as a shock that there are two gentlemen fighting to win your heart. All I want is for you to be happy, Helena. I do not want you to suffer, and I don't want you to go through anything that might turn your heart cold.
Helena knew she was talking about marrying a wealthy gentleman. She knew she was referring to their own financial troubles, and the stress they'd gone through to keep themselves afloat. Helena knew she was only acting out of what she thought was Helena's best interest. But she shook her head.
If you do not want me to become cold, Mother, then do not force me to marry into a loveless marriage.
Lady Brimsey sighed gently.
When is the duel?
Helena's heart sank at the quick change in topic, but she answered, nonetheless.
At dawn, at Putney Heath.
Very well, now you should get some rest.
Helena blinked in bemusement as her mother rose and turned away.
Are you returning to bed?
Helena asked. Lady Brimsey didn't turn to face her until she was halfway to the door.
Yes, dear,
she said, her face obscured by the shadows as she continued to walk away.
We have a very long day tomorrow.
Chapter 19. Dawn broke over the wispy clouds with no mercy. As if the world was tense in wait for what would occur, time moved quickly, and before he knew it, Philip was standing in a large but bare area of Putney Heath. His fingers tensed at his sides, and he was chewing on the inside of his mouth without even realizing it. He'd done enough thinking during the night, and yet, the thoughts would not stop. They rushed through his head like a tidal wave, filling him with both fierce determination and dread. Standing before him was Edwin. His expression was dark, as he'd been glowering at Philip since he arrived. He gripped a pistol in his left hand, so tightly that Philip knew he couldn't underestimate him. The moment the duel began, he should not be surprised if Edwin didn't waste a single moment pulling the trigger, friend or not. Neither should he. In his own left hand, Philip held his late father's double-barreled flintlock. It had been tucked away in a wooden box in the office of his cottage, untouched. His father had always told him that ever since he was a young child, the flintlock should only be used in extreme circumstances. Not for hunting, but in order to protect the family or the family's honor. Philip never thought he'd see the day he would have to pull the trigger. Today, he had to protect both. "Give me your strength, father." To hurt his own friend, Philip would need every ounce he could get. He was still terribly angry, but now that he'd gotten some time to think, he couldn't help wondering if issuing a duel had been a rash move. Perhaps, once they'd both been able to cool their heads, they would be able to talk things out. Though he doubted it, Philip thought they should have at least tried. It was far too late for that now.
It is almost time for us to begin,
Philip said in a firm voice. Edwin narrowed his eyes instantly.
If there is anything you would like to say, now is the time.
He was giving Edwin a chance to apologize. If he did, if he showed the slightest bit of remorse, then perhaps there would be no need for bloodshed. But it was clear Edwin had no intention of doing so.
"Do not pity me,"
he spat.
"I will defend the honour you are trying to tarnish."
Philip almost sighed. He should have seen this side of Edwin before. He should have known that there was a hidden demon tucked away inside him just waiting to rear his head. People had already gathered. Whispers of the duel would have no doubt spread throughout London like wildfire, and there were already onlookers waiting to see what would happen. Unlike at the ball, there were no whispers, no murmurs. The air was taut with anticipation, watching Philip and Edwin like a hawk. There was only one person Philip cared about. Helena was standing between them, off to the side. To her left stood Lady Burnham, holding her by the arm. And to her right stood Lord and Lady Brimsey. Philip could not read Lady Brimsey, but the Earl seemed displeased by what was happening. Their eyes met and Philip gave him the barest nod. He respected the Earl of Brimsey and wanted his blessing to take Helena's hand, but right now, he would not bother himself wondering what the Lord was thinking. Right now, it was only Helena who had his attention. She looked as if she hadn't slept all night. Indeed, there were shadows beneath her eyes, a haunted look in that hazel color that belied the mental strain she'd been under. He was not surprised, but it frustrated him all the same to see the toll this was taking on her. Philip turned his frustration to Edwin.
Very well then,
he said.
There is no use standing around any longer. If you do not wish to apologize, then we should begin.
Edwin snarled, but he said nothing. He only pulled his shoulders back as he readied himself for what was to come. Their friend, John, stepped forward. He, too, looked displeased, casting irritated glances at both Edwin and Philip as he stood between them. John had come to Philip after the ball, telling him that none of this was necessary, but he hadn't tried to convince him not to do it. Like Philip and everyone else present, John knew that it would only label him a coward and put a black mark on his family forever. Philip knew John had tried to convince Edwin to apologize, the only thing that would stop this from happening. Standing here as they were now, it had clearly failed.
"Are you two ready, then?"
John asked. The side of Edwin's lip tilted upward in a jeering smirk. Philip narrowed his eyes.
"I have been ready for some time now,"
he said.
"To think that after my plan to have you killed while you were hunting failed, an opportunity would present itself once again."
John whirled to face Edwin. Philip scowled deeply, realizing what he was saying.
"You were the one who shot after me?"
"And you foolishly thought it had been a mistake."
Edwin shook his head mockingly.
"Do not worry, the hoodlum I hired failed in his task, but I will make sure to make up for his mistake by ending this right here and now. Then Lady Helena will be mine, and no one will be able to stop me."
Philip could have sworn he heard a lady's gasp. Whether it was from Helena herself, or Lady Burnham, or even Lady Brimsey, Philip didn't know. He kept his eyes on Edwin. He had been preparing to shoot him in the leg. It would take him down, perhaps allow him to see that they should stop this. He'd hoped that it would stop this duel. They could go their separate ways and never speak again, but no one would lose their lives. Now, Philip was not so sure. All those pacifying thoughts that had tempered his anger before flew out of his head and the rage came hurtling back. Now that Philip knew the truth of what happened, that Edwin had tried to have him killed, he didn't know if there was any room for forgiveness in his heart. He could not forgive Edwin for forcing himself upon Helena, could not forgive him for saying such horrendous things, for betraying him. It all had to end now. Edwin's smirk wiped off his face when he took in the dark determination in Philip's expression. John looked angry too, an emotion Philip rarely ever saw on him, but he tucked it away and lifted his hand. He was about to commence the duel. Philip braced himself, the flintlock burning in his hand. He didn't take his eyes off Edwin, letting his fury take control. "I will not let him get away with the things he's done."
"Ready your weapons,"
John stated, his voice cutting sharply through the air. He stepped out of the way.
"Stop this nonsense!"
Another voice cut through the frigid air and Philip blinked in surprise when Edwin went still as a rock. An older gentleman stepped up, glaring at them both before he rested his eyes on Edwin.
"I take my eyes off you for a second, and this is what you do?"
Edwin had gone pale. He said nothing, only staring. This gentleman looked familiar. Though his hair was streaked with grey, he was well-built and stood tall, with what seemed like a permanent frown. He swept his burning gaze across the land, at the people who had gathered before he looked at Philip.
"Lord Havordshire,"
he boomed, his narrow eyes trained on Philip's face.
"I am Lord Robert Stilton, the Earl of Thistleton. I believe this entire situation would be best handled in a meeting rather than with drawn blood."
Despite his confusion at his appearance, Philip nodded.
"Perhaps so, my lord." "Let us meet at my manor within the hour,"
Lord Thistleton went on. And then he turned around.
"Lord and Lady Brimsey, it is wonderful to see you."
Lord Brimsey took a step forward.
"Indeed it is, Lord Thistleton, though it is under unusual circumstances." "That it is. You must pardon my son's rash and foolish actions. I would like to speak with you two as well, with the Lady Helena present."
Lord Brimsey didn't seem the slightest bit surprised by his statement. He only agreed with a nod.
"Very well, Lord Thistleton. I do believe there is a lot we must speak about."
The two lords seemed to share a private conversation through their eyes, lasting only a few seconds while everyone else watched on in bemusement. Philip glanced at Helena to see that her worried expression had transformed into a curiosity that resembled his own.
"Edwin."
The Earl snapped and Edwin jumped. The Earl stalked away and Edwin followed in his path, his shoulders taut. Everyone watched them go. Edwin's father's sudden appearance seemed to have thrown everyone off, and his just as sudden departure, with Edwin scurrying behind him, even more so. Philip didn't move for a moment, letting the agitation curdling within him to fizzle out to nothing. Then, he met eyes with Helena. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips, relief flooding her eyes. Philip couldn't help feeling a bit of relief himself. He'd been ready to do what he should to defend her honor, but to see her relax, even though it was just a little, was more than enough. For now. Chapter 20. Trying to get herself to stop chewing nervously on her bottom lip was a valiant effort for Helena. She played with her short fingernails, keeping her face free of expression even though no one was looking at her. Except Philip. As a matter of fact, Philip had not taken his eyes off her since they arrived at Thistleton Manor. Now that they were all seated in the drawing room, each of them taking their places in the lavishly decorated room, Helena was trying and failing to keep from staring at him. He was standing by the furthest window, his arms crossed. He was alone, eyes scouring the room before it had come to rest on her. Helena had chosen to sit between her parents on the chaise lounge, while Lord Salsthorpe paced around them. Though he was filling the room with tension, Helena focused her attention on Philip. Helena could not believe her prayers had come true. Until the very last moment, when Lord Hockley stepped out of the way to allow them to begin, she had been begging for an intervention. She had been hoping that something would stop this from happening, that she would be able to gather enough courage to stop it herself, even if it would be a stain on her reputation. The very last thing Helena wanted to happen was for Philip to get hurt. But, seeing the weapons they wielded, seeing the pure focus in his eyes and the viciousness in Lord Salsthorpe's, she was only more aware of how dangerous this was. It would only take a second for something bad to happen. For the bullet to meet its mark and Philip to slip into death. Helena lifted her gaze to the pacing Lord Salsthorpe. He was making no attempt to disguise his anxiety. He had hired someone to shoot Philip before. If he had been given the chance, he would have most definitely killed him. A twinge of hatred pierced her heart at the sight. Perhaps she would have been able to forget about the way he had tried to kiss her in the gardens, despite her protests. But the fact that he had attempted to take Philip's life, and boldly declared that he intended to succeed this time, that she could not forget. That was unforgivable.
"Helena dear, are you all right?"
came her father's soft voice. This entire time, he'd been quite serious, his face grim. He watched both Lord Salsthorpe and Philip with a discerning eye, but she could not ascertain what he might be thinking. She nodded, swallowing past the lump in her throat. Compared to what she'd been feeling almost an hour before, she was a lot better, but that didn't lessen her anxiety about what was to come. Lord Thalton's terrifying appearance at Putney Heath, and Lord Salsthorpe's obvious agitation, was enough to put her on edge.
"I am fine, father, thank you,"
she said.
"I still cannot believe this is all happening, though."
Lord Brimsey said nothing, though his eyes shone with empathy. He patted her gently on her hand, then went back to his silence. Much like Lady Brimsey, who had not said a word since they'd left Putney Heath. It had all happened so quickly. From the invasion in the gardens, to the issue of the duel, to the duel itself. Even though she'd had hours to think about it, the time had passed so quickly that Helena felt she needed to lie down. Her lack of sleep and her overworked mind would soon catch up with her. At that moment, the door opened and the Earl of Thistleton walked in. His butler had informed them all that he would fetch the Earl from his office, which had been only a few minutes prior to now. Like he had been when he'd arrived at the duel, the Earl wore a stern expression, his commanding steps taking him to the center of the drawing room. In the corner of her eye, she saw his son come to a halt, facing his father. Helena looked curiously at him. He is acting as if he is afraid of him. She'd never seen Lord Salsthorpe like this, and honestly never thought she would. When they danced, Helena had been charmed by his pleasant personality, and how easily they could speak with each other. That had quickly vanished the moment he approached her in the gardens of the Bull wearing that terrifying smile, and now she knew that he was not the man he'd pretended to be. He was a vile person who cowered like a child in front of his father. Helena looked back at Lord Thistleton. I can hardly blame him. The Earl of Thistleton looked very formidable. It made her heart tremor with unease. She continued fiddling with her nails, hoping her features remained unreadable.
Firstly,
Lord Thistleton began, his voice an unusual boom.
allow me to extend my apologies on behalf of my son for causing such disruptive behaviour for your family, Lord and Lady Brimsey, and you as well, Lord Havordshire.
Father, there is no need to—
Silence!
Lord Thistleton barked, and his son instantly recoiled. Helena jumped a little, in slight disbelief. Lord Thistleton's eyes were black, angry.
You have no right to speak right now. Once again your actions have brought nothing but disgrace on my good name. Do you know the scandal you have brought onto yourself because of what you have done?
There was no response. Silence bled through the air and all watched as Lord Thistleton turned his son into a quiet and fearful coward. Philip spoke next. He hadn't moved from his spot, forcing Lord Thistleton to turn to face him. The way he faced the Earl, with his shoulder pulled back and his eyes levelled, showed the sheer difference between him and Lord Souththorpe. Philip always held his composure, which was one of the things Helena loved about him. It made her heart flutter and she held back her smile.
I am afraid, Lord Thistleton,
Philip stated,
that your son's transgressions are far too extensive to be cast aside after a simple apology. He has not only attempted to defile Lady Helena, but has made an attempt on my life. I may have been able to forget his betrayal to me, but those I simply cannot. We are of the same belief, Lord Thistleton.
Helena's father spoke up.
Your son had approached us asking for my daughter's hand in marriage, and I had accepted, believing it was what was best for my daughter. However, since my wife informed me of his disgraceful attitude toward her at last night's ball, I cannot possibly allow him to marry her.
Helena looked at her mother in surprise. Lady Brimsey didn't look back at her, but took her hand, patting it gently. It was a quiet answer to Helena's unspoken question. After her mother had returned to bed last night, Helena had pondered about her last words. The cryptic nature of it befuddled her mind for some time before it had drifted back to the duel that would soon occur. Now, Helena knew her mother had managed to convince her father to rescind the betrothal. Pleased, Helena glanced up at Philip. It was faint, but she saw a hint of a smile on his face as he gazed back at her.
I understand,
Lord Thistleton stated.
I cannot blame you. My son has managed to bring shame onto my name through this scandal, and I do not know if I will be able to forgive him myself. When I first heard of this infernal duel, I could hardly believe my ears. To think my idiot of a son would go as far as to extend a proposal to another lady when he is already betrothed.
Lord Souththorpe was pale. He sank into an armchair, both hands gripping the sides until his knuckles went white. He stared at the floor before him. Lord Thistleton, as impossible as it seemed, frowned even deeper. He was clearly enraged, the emotion simmering below the surface. Helena's mouth popped open in shock. She instantly looked at Philip and, as if he had known she would be looking, he nodded. So, he knew. All this time Lord Souththorpe had been betrothed to another lady. That would certainly cause a scandal. Helena could hardly imagine the hurt and embarrassment that lady must be enduring, to learn that the gentleman she thought she would marry was willing to put his life on the line for someone else. Helena's cheeks warmed at the thought, from shame and a twinge of sympathy for that lady.
Father,
came his feeble voice. All eyes fell on him, to witness his glower as he looked up at his father. Lord Thistleton did not look the slightest bit taken by his fierce expression. Lord Salsthrope sprang out of his chair, his limbs vibrating with his rage. The emotion seemed to swirl around the room, threatening to choke Helena in its strength. She only wanted this all to be over, to be rid of all this bad energy. But for now, she could only watch, unable to tear her eyes away as Lord Salsthrope stalked up to his father, seething.
I am your heir. I am the one who will be inheriting this earldom when you are dead, so I should have the right to marry whosoever I wish. If that happens to be Lady Helena, then you have no right to—
Helena hardly had a chance to react when Lord Thistleton barked a harsh, unamused laugh.
You are not my heir.
He spat in a low voice that cut straight through Lord Salsthrope's bravado. His son staggered backwards.
Pardon?
Lord Thistleton advanced.
You are not my heir. You are not even my legitimate son. To think that you believe you have the right to speak to me in such a manner is so utterly absurd that I can only laugh.
Father, what are you saying? Certainly I am your son.
Helena's heart nearly tore at Lord Salsthrope's haunted voice. But his father only sneered.
You are the result of an affair your mother had with a coachman. The only reason I allowed you to stay in the manor is because I did not want to endure the scandal it would cause if that affair was brought to light. You are nothing but the disgusting result of your mother's infidelity, and I will not have you stepping out of line.
Lord Salsthrope's confidence shattered in the light of his father's revelation. The way it broke him was clear as day, but his father didn't let up.
I have hated you ever since you were in your mother's womb. I have never been able to have children, never been given the chance to father my own true heir, and you should be lucky. If I had, I would have tossed you aside the moment I learned of you.
Lord Salsthrope sank into the chair he'd vacated, utterly dumbfounded. Lord Thistleton leaned over him, snarling in his face as he said,
You should thank me for allowing you to stay in my home, and giving you the chance to inherit my title, and yet you have done nothing to play your part. You have only caused me embarrassment behind my back, and I will not tolerate it any more.
Then, there was silence. Helena stared at Lord Salsthrope, watching as his father's words sank in. Finally, Lord Salsthrope lifted his eyes to his father, and Helena was surprised to see anger shining within them.
How can you reveal all this to me while so many others are present?
He growled. Lord Thistleton whirled away in disgust.
This is the only way I will be able to stop you from embarrassing yourself and me any longer.
Lord Salsthrope said nothing. His father turned his attention back to Helena and her parents, as well as Philip.
I apologize that you had to witness such a thing,
he said, his voice surprisingly filled with remorse.
As you just heard, it is a secret I have been keeping for some time. I do not wish for it to be known to anyone else. I would ask that you keep my secret, and in return I will make sure that my son is married and does not bother you again.
Philip spoke next, his voice calm. His face held no expression, as if he had not been moved by what he'd just witnessed.
I understand, my lord. I shall not breathe a word of it. And neither will we, my lord.
Lord Brimsey said as he rose.
As this is quite a delicate situation, I think it is best that we take our leave. Yes, of course, I understand. My butler will show you out.
Helena rose with her parents, barely able to wrap her mind around what had just happened. All this time, Lord Salsthrope had been betrothed to another lady. And he had plagued her and Philip so. It would have made her angry had she not been so relieved that it was over. She let out a silent sigh of relief as she glanced up to see that Philip was leaving as well. She slowed her steps, hoping she would at least be able to walk next to him. He came to her side just as they all exited the drawing room. No one said anything as they were led to the front doors. Helena couldn't help thinking about Lord Susthorpe and the obvious fear he had for his father. She could hardly blame him, and she could not stop herself from pitying him either, even though she knew he didn't deserve it. Philip's arm bumped into hers. He held his head straight, but the touch was deliberate, she knew. When she glanced up at him, he quickly mouthed, "Are you all right?" She nodded and smiled. She was more than all right.
Lord Havordshire?
Once they'd made it out to the driveway where their carriages waited, her father turned to face Philip. Helena quickly made her way to her mother's side.
Yes, Lord Brimsey.
Philip responded.
I believe there is something we need to speak about, but I think we all deserve some rest, so we should meet tomorrow.
Helena's heart jumped. Philip's eyes registered his own surprise, but he nodded calmly and said,
Yes, Lord Brimsey, I believe you are right. Please travel safe.
As they said their goodbyes, Helena's heart felt lighter than it had all day. She climbed into the carriage and instantly looked out the window, watching as Philip made his way to his. As if he sensed her eyes, he turned around, watching as their carriage pulled away. Helena smiled to herself. She closed her eyes, letting out a soft breath. For the first time since last night, Helena felt at ease. Chapter 21. 1 month later.
I, Philip Andrews, take Lady Helena Avington to be my lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance.
Helena didn't think, at that moment, that she could possibly be happier. She smiled up at him, repeating the same vows, letting the tears fill her eyes as she poured every ounce of love she had in her heart into those words. Shortly after, they shared a kiss, and once the papers had been signed before the witnesses, they were married. Helena's smile had not left her face since she'd left the church. Philip had been disappointed that his mother was unable to attend his wedding, but happy he was able to grant her wishes. He told Helena many times over how pleased his mother would be to know he had married someone who loved and cherished him as much as he. Helena could not have been happier hearing those words, and, when they returned to Brimsey House for her wedding breakfast, she'd brought that eternal happiness with her. She even believed she would be smiling until she fell asleep that night. Now, as she stood in her new home, enclosed in her new modest bedroom, the smile was gone. And her heart was pounding, the reality of what was about to happen settling heavily on her.
You seem nervous,
Philip said, taking her hand and kissing the back of it. Her heartbeat spiked at the tender touch.
I am,
she said honestly.
I understand, but you do not need to be. I will be tender with you.
Helena was sure about that. She'd been picturing this moment ever since he'd proposed to her, and for the month it had taken to plan their wedding, the thought had not left her mind. She'd been confident, knowing that it would take little for her body to react to his. Even now, she felt her nipples peek under her wedding dress and she couldn't stop herself from stepping into his arms.
I know,
she murmured. And yet, she couldn't stop the anxiousness. Philip pulled away, cupping her chin for her to look up at him.
I love you, Helena.
He pressed a soft kiss on her lips.
I love you with all my heart.
I love you too, Philip,
she murmured, but half her sentence was swallowed when he leaned into the kiss, deepening it. That familiar pang of desire rushed through her. Helena wrapped her arms around his neck, enjoying the feel of his hands as it settled on her waist. He'd taken her to his cottage as soon as the wedding breakfast was over. Had scooped her into his arms, brought her over the threshold, and had carried her up the stairs to the bedroom they would now be sharing while his mother was asleep in her room doors away. Bit by bit, her nervousness began to fade. In its place came a rush of passion. Of need. She didn't want to let go of him, wanted him to kiss her until their lips were swollen. She threaded her fingers through the hairs at the nape of his neck, moaning a little as he began to lead her toward the bed. When she felt the bump of the mattress behind her knees, Philip scooped her up again. Helena let out a surprised giggle. Without saying anything, he nuzzled his lips into the crook of her neck, licking the sensitive flesh that laid there. Helena gasped, bending her head back at the feel of his warm tongue. The way he trailed it up to her neck, then back down before he nibbled gently there had her blood rushing, her lower regions throbbing with yearning.
Philip!
She panted and she felt his smile against her skin. He gently lowered her down onto the bed on her back. Helena was hot, her mouth going dry when she realized he was beginning to undress. Watching Philip undress was like watching art in motion. His bare chest was a masterpiece, and when he finally shed his trousers, standing stark naked before her, she realized that every inch of him was perfect. From the muscular chest to his strong arms, to his impressive length that instantly made her dry mouth water.
"What naughty thoughts are going through your head, Lady Havordshire?"
he asked, smirking. Helena's eyes snapped up to his. She hadn't realized she had been staring. He chuckled at her lack of words. Helena couldn't even think straight and, unable to stop herself, her eyes wandered back down. He took her by her hand and helped her to her feet. And then he began undressing her as well. Every touch he made sizzled with heat, her body begging for more. She didn't know how she managed to keep herself still, how she could remain calm even with his very naked self and standing so close to her. He kissed her as he went along. On her shoulder as he slipped the dress off. On her chest, once the skin was bare. He licked up her nipple when they were revealed. And when she was fully naked, his hand brushed her down there for a brief moment as his lips captured hers once again. Helena was ready for him, desperate almost. Philip kept a good hold of her as he scooped her back up and lowered her onto the bed, this time crawling on top with her. Their tongues grappled for control, her hands trailing down his broad back as she pressed her breasts into his chest. Philip broke away. Helena braced herself, gripping the sheets as he trailed kisses from her mouth to the side of her neck and down. When his warm mouth covered one nipple, she tensed, pleasure coursing through her. He licked and nibbled, tugging gently before he moved on to the next one. When she felt his hand trailing away from her side and downward, Helena prepared herself for the sensational assault that would occur. His finger slid through the triangle of hair to get to the sensitive slickness. Helena arched off the bed at the way he circled around the tender rubbing before slipping a finger inside. He broke free from her nipple and began to pepper kisses down her belly, his tongue dipping briefly under her navel before she felt his face against her wetness. Helena could hardly come to terms with what was happening. Her mind was empty, save for the single constant thought that she wanted more, more, more.
Don't stop!
She gasped, writhing when she felt his tongue against her. With the work of his mouth and the strength of his finger curling within her, Helena could hardly see what was around her. She squeezed her eyes shut, panting and gasping as unsurmountable waves of pleasure crashed through her until she felt her legs tightening in her pent-up release.
I'm going to.
She breathed.
I think I'm going to.
She couldn't finish her sentence. Philip lifted his head, but his fingers didn't stop. They only built speed, as if urging her to reach that point faster. And then the world exploded around her and all she could see was stars. Helena felt as if she was floating, and when she came back down to the present, Philip was hovering over her. She lifted her feeble arms, clasping her hands around his head as a slow smile spread across her face. He returned it. She could feel him against her, pressing against her opening. His eyes asked her if she was ready for him, and Helena nodded, licking her lips. She still wanted more. Her release had only made her crave him. She gasped loudly when he filled her, her eyes rolling to the back of her head. As he promised, he was gentle, moving slowly, sliding out, then back in. There was a sharp pang of pain before it drifted to nothing, and there was nothing but pleasure. He buried his face into her neck again, building speed. Helena ground herself against him and, after a while, they moved with a rhythm that bounded them past their bodies. As if their souls were entwined, Helena felt herself coming to another peak, and, with the way he clung to her, she knew he was as well. And this explosion was far more intense. Helena could see nothing but him. His brown hair, his beautiful eyes, his lovely smile. As she squeezed her eyes shut, her body shaking with through her release, she saw nothing but him, felt nothing but his trembling body, heard nothing but his own grunts as he let loose all he had. Moments later, it was over and Philip rolled onto his back, gathering her close to him. Helena didn't think she would be able to move for a while. She said nothing, only listening to his soft breathing, waiting for his rapidly beating heart to calm. She only held on to him, never wanting this moment to be over. Soon, she would want to do it again, but for now, Helena was content. She was happy. All her prayers had come true and, no matter their financial situation, she was happy she could call herself Lady Havordshire, for there was nothing she wanted more. Epilogue.
Bridget, thank you, but I would like to bring Lady Havordshire her breakfast.
Bridget noticed this time when Helena had entered the kitchen and stepped away from the waiter laden with soft foods and smiled.
Certainly, my lady.
Helena returned her smile. She'd learned only days after coming to live in the cottage that Bridget was a very jumpy young girl who always had her head in the clouds. As such, she was never truly aware of what was happening around her, which usually led to her believing that people were sneaking up on her. Helena had learned to move a little more loudly around Bridget to ensure that she was heard before she spoke. It was working so far. Sometimes, Bridget reminded her of her own father, who was always so lost in thought that he would never hear anyone enter the room. Helena would always smile whenever she recalled how she, alongside her mother, would try to frighten him on purpose. It had been a few months since she'd last seen them, but they visited each other very frequently. Helena picked up the waiter and left the kitchen. Humming under her breath, she brought it up the stairs to Philip's mother's room. Upon entering, she found the older lady sitting by the window, the wind tousling her lovely blonde hair.
My lady,
Helena called as she brought the waiter over to the table.
breakfast is ready.
The Dowager Baroness whirled at the sound of her voice, her face instantly lighting up. Helena grinned broadly when the older lady rushed over to her and grabbed her hand.
I missed you.
The Dowager Baroness squealed.
Oh, I missed you too.
Helena said with an instant smile, making her sit.
Bridget has worked very hard on this meal, so you should try to eat it all today. All right?
All right.
It appeared the Dowager Baroness was in a good mood today. It had been a few years since Helena began living here and Philip's mother had instantly taken to her. She would always request that Helena come and visit her during the days, and, in those few moments her mind seemed stable. Helena often enjoyed regular conversations with her before things turned for the worse again. She'd, of course, witnessed the bad days as well. The very terrible ones, when the Dowager Baroness would either spend all day in bed, crying, or throw a terrible fit because she didn't know who or where she was. Helena was never entirely sure how to handle her in such moods, but she would do perfectly during her good days.
Did you sleep well, Lady Havordshire?
Helena asked conversationally. She watched as the older lady picked up a spoon and stared confusedly at it. The Dowager Baroness took a moment to figure out how it worked, but soon, she was scooping up the porridge with ease.
I slept really well. I even had a dream about you.
A dream, you say?
It was quite fun, but quite odd.
She frowned, her eyes wandering off.
I am not very sure what it was all about, in truth.
That's all right,
Helena said, patting her on the hand.
I hardly remember my dreams either.
The Dowager Baroness seemed very pleased at that. She beamed, spooning more porridge into her mouth. Helena settled back into her seat, content for the moment to enjoy the peace that came with having breakfast with the Dowager Baroness. Mornings on the outskirts of London was much more serene, comparable to how it had been when she'd lived in her parents' estate in the countryside. Helena could not be happier, enjoying the calming wind, the lovely sun, the early mornings where she woke in her husband's arms, to fall asleep wrapped in them again. But she would not fool herself into thinking it was anything like when she'd lived on that estate. Back then, she wouldn't hear the patters of tiny feet barreling down the hall, followed by a small child bursting in through the door. Helena wasn't surprised by his sudden appearance and, to her shock, neither was the Dowager Baroness. The child rushed up to them, his grey eyes round with excitement.
Mother, mother, I think Juliet is awake. Is she? How odd. I didn't hear her crying.
Helena paused to listen and still heard nothing.
Are you certain?
She asked. Felix Andrews, her 7-year-old son, nodded his head so hard she was afraid he might give himself a headache. Helena knew children were much more playful and excitable than adults were, but she was positive Felix was not a normal boy. He was so full of energy that he never bothered to stand still. If given the chance, Helena felt he could go on for an entire day.
She is, she is!
He grabbed her hand and began jumping up and down.
Let's go and see her. All right, just relax a bit,
Helena said. The Dowager Baroness leaned forward, eyes glittering with enthusiasm.
May I come as well? I want to see Juliet.
Helena sighed.
Very well, I shall bring her here to see you. You should stay and finish your breakfast, my lady.
The Dowager Baroness, pleased, simply nodded. Helena rose and took Felix by the hand. He was already leading the way, using all the strength in his tiny body to pull her along. Helena laughed, even though she was already a bit weary thinking of having to keep up with him for today. She hoped Philip would return soon. He'd gone hunting early this morning alongside Lord Hookley. He would always return within a matter of hours, and it had already been some time since he'd departed. Helena couldn't believe that she missed him. After 7 years of marriage, she should have grown used to his absence. But when she waved him off as they rode out to the woods, her heart had panged at the sight and she'd only wished to call him back. To her relief, Helena grew distracted from her thoughts when they arrived at Juliet's nursery, confused as to why she wasn't crying. But when she walked in, she realized why. Juliet's favorite person was holding her, rocking her gently. He noticed Helena was standing by the door and gave her a slow smile that made Helena's chest go warm.
I came in to check on her.
Philip said softly, approaching Helena.
And she woke up when I came in.
And somehow she didn't cry.
Helena instantly wrapped her arm around him.
Amazing.
Felix was bouncing on the balls of his feet, trying to get a peek at the baby. He'd been enamored with Juliet ever since Helena gave birth to her a few months ago. Even with the crying and the fussy behavior Juliet was already displaying, Felix was the doting, albeit lively, older brother. Philip kissed Helena on the top of her head. Juliet was quiet, only looking back and forth between them incomprehensibly. Helena pinched her tiny cheek.
Sometimes I cannot believe I have such a wonderful family.
I thank God for it every day,
Philip said.
I have my baby girl, my wonderful wife, and my excited son who happens to be my partner in everything.
That's me!
Felix squealed.
Can I see her?
Philip crouched.
Of course, but be gentle, she is very delicate.
Felix went incredibly still. He tried to hold her hand but moved so slowly that Helena couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes, in beautiful moments such as these, she would think of how easily it might not have come true. Had Philip not fought for her, had she accepted the fate her parents had wanted for her, had the, now Lord Thistleton, not nipped it in the bud, she would have been stuck in a loveless marriage with a man she hated. But that man was off in the countryside, married with a child. Philip had told her that his daughter was somewhere around Juliet's age. Helena touched Philip on his shoulder, drawing his attention. He rose as he looked at her, forcing Felix to go back to desperately tipping on his toes to get a look at Juliet. Helena leaned into him.
I am so happy we are married, Philip. I love you so much.
Philip smiled and kissed her on the lips.
I love you even more, Helena.
And she kissed him again, happy that there would be many more kisses to come for the rest of their lives. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.